Chapter 338. Gods, have mercy. Valimir wailed. It was the beast, not me. Gods, have mercy. The giant face did not respond, but the shapeshifter seemed to have started to repent as he recalled his past sins. Images flashed above his head, almost blinding the eyes. However, Dani, who was in her soul state, could see some of them clearly. It was the life of the six forms Valimir, a lifetime of sins. He was very talented. When he was 6 years old, he awakened his shape-shifting ability. He took over a hunting dog in his family. Because he was jealous of his younger brother, who was more favored by his parents, he killed and ate his 2-year-old brother in his dog spirit state. He was so cruel. He started to eat people at the age of 6, and the one he ate was his own brother. He had a shape-shifting mentor named Hagen, who adopted and taught him since he was 6 years old. He was kicked out by his father because he ate his younger brother. In the end, when he became an adult, he betrayed his mentor and took away Hagen's wolf with his stronger shape-shifting ability. He then took over his mentor's wolf and ate his mentor's heart in his wolf body. Without his mentor's control, Valimir did almost all the bad things that a human could do. He stole, killed, raped women, had sex with animals in his animal form, and was copulated with. When his body became weak, he even took the form of a wolf, a lynx, or even a 4-meter-tall giant bear, and had sex with wild animals. He even feasted on human flesh and was greedy for the hot blood that spurted out from the throats of people who were about to die. Evil creature. Dani was furious. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she was about to kill him. All the illusionary images disappeared instantly. The six forms person struggled to get up from his repentance. He laughed and roared at the giant face, I have done evil things. I have committed the darkest of crimes. But so what? This is the talent that you have given me. It is you. The giant face still had that serious and ferocious expression. It did not console the six forms person for his repentance, nor did it punish him for his blasphemous words. However, the six forms person seemed to have crossed the threshold of his heart. Suddenly, his body fell into the giant face's ferocious mouth. Dani, who was rushing over, could not stop in time and fell into the mouth as well. Then, he saw himself. From another angle, she saw Xiaobai lying on the side. Baristan, John, and a few hard-legged people were holding Larry's body down. She squatted on the spearwoman's head and pointed her right hand between the female savage's eyebrows. What's going on? Dani panicked. The next moment, she understood what was going on. Dahe hovered in the sky, acting as a reconnaissance aircraft. Through its perspective, Dani found her position at this time. Inside the weirwood. She was observing herself through the weirwood. Then, under the control of the host's soul, she turned her head and looked at the face on the weirwood. When the Undulls invaded, the weirwood in the south of the neck swamp was cut down. After thousands of years, there were only a few seedlings of weirwood left in the forest. To the north of Neck Lake, weirwood was more common. This was because most of the people in the north believed in the old gods and would not deliberately cut down the weirwood. Beyond the Great Wall, weirwood could be seen everywhere. Just in the Ghost Shadow Forest alone, the number of weirwood was second only to iron trees, sentinel trees, soldier pines, and a few other cold-resistant evergreen trees. Not far from the hard-legged people, there were a few weirwoods with red leaves and white bones. One of them was even carved with a human face by the savages. The trunk was thick, the deep eye sockets were smeared with the juice of the red leaves. It was blood red, its nostrils were hollow, and a skull was stuffed into its ferocious mouth as a sacrifice. Dani was now looking at the world through the eyes of the person on the weirwood. What's going on? Dani was a little confused. The next moment, the scene in front of her disappeared. Her perspective was rapidly zooming past the treetops, past Dahe, past the low clouds. Suddenly, everything disappeared, and everything seemed to flash before her eyes. She seemed to see nothing, but she seemed to see the wind, the sky, the forest, the earth, she saw sparrows and falcons in the sky, squirrels and owls in the treetops, wild deer and antelopes in the snow, and even in the depths of the frozen earth, she saw voles gnawing on old brown tree roots in the dark. Dani suddenly understood that she had disappeared with the wind, and her soul had returned to heaven and earth. No, it was not her, it was Valimir. The souls of the six forms people were absorbed by the weirwood and returned to the earth and sky. She followed him and witnessed the process with her own eyes. Is this the final destination of mankind? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust? A world without death? As Dani was thinking, the scene suddenly changed. In the depths of the forest, a pack of wolves stepped on the snow and ran on the hills where the north wind whistled. 3 of the wolves looked listless, and there were burn marks on their fur. They were Valamir's 3 animal companions. The next moment, Dani's body fell rapidly toward the dark-furred old wolf and landed between its eyebrows, entering a dark and gloomy space. Fuck, he's still alive. How can the soul of a shapeshifter be so strong? That's too much. She was so shocked that she could not help but curse. Because she saw Valimir again, who should have been dead. Valamir's figure was more delicate and clear, as if all the filth had been washed away by clean water, pure and holy. He still looked like a sloppy old man, but it seemed that the part of his soul that disappeared when his soul was destroyed was all darkness and sin. He did not become noble, but he was purer. Why won't you let me go? Valimir roared at Dani. Without waiting for her reply, his body suddenly merged with the wolf soul water, perfectly fusing into a wolf that was 1 size larger than the original. The wolf's body and expression, but there was a trace of Valamir's emotions in his eyes, hatred for Dani. Wolf soul, this is the real wolf soul. The perfect fusion of human and wolf is exactly the same as my dragon's soul mode. No, his humanity is disappearing, assimilated by the wolf soul. Dani was amazed. At the same time, she understood something. Valimir had started a second life in the form of a wolf soul. If I die in the future, can my soul be stored in Blackie's body? As the mother of dragons, she had raised 5 dragon babies. When the old mother's body weakened, she could take turns living in her son's houses for a month, right? Heh heh. Thinking of this, Dani could not help but laugh. Vile spawn, this king kills people, kills gods, and kills ghosts. I also control people, gods, and ghosts. Even if you can escape reincarnation, you can't escape this king's punishment. Dani roared and rushed over with the white dragon. I sentence you to death, roar, the Megalosaurus roared, as if a dragon's roar that had been suppressed for centuries was finally released. The newborn wolf soul shattered inch by inch in the dragon's roar. In order to prevent the 6 forms from causing any more trouble, Dani immediately activated the spiritual bestowment skill and washed away the soul imprint of the shattered wolf soul, completely turning it into a clean spiritual substance. The light green spiritual substance was much lighter than the green prophet. Well, the quality was far inferior to the green prophet. The old wolf that was running on the hill staggered and fell, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was no longer breathing. Woo woo. Its companions curiously came over and nudged it a few times. Seeing that there was no sign of life, they swarmed over and wolfed it down. Valamir's soul had really been scattered. After killing the evil shapeshifter, Dani immediately left the old wolf's body and floated in the air in the form of a soul. She had a feeling that if she wanted, she could directly cross more than 10 kilometers and fly back to her body. Sigh, you've gone too far. Suddenly, an old sigh sounded in her ears. Every shapeshifter is the child of the gods. You've taken something that belongs to the gods. You've blasphemed the gods. Dani was shocked and looked around vigilantly. After a while, she saw a weirwood that was as thick as a bowl 7 or 8 meters away. The blood-stained palm-shaped leaf swayed gently, and a mental wave was transmitted to her. You're really not dead. She snorted coldly and mocked, the god who gave birth to such an evil creature must be an evil god. So what if I've blasphemed an evil god? I've done nothing wrong. There are good and bad people. Does the mother who gave birth to an evil person have to be an evil person as well? The three-eyed crow retorted. Danny paused for a moment, but she didn't argue back. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "It doesn't matter if your old god is righteous or evil. The hexagon Valamir's sins are undeniable. Letting him receive a just punishment is in itself an act of promoting justice. How do you know that the gods won't punish him? Without you, he will meet another person in half a month, a shapeshifter. His dire wolf will bite this wolf to death and let fate return to its original path." In her soul form, Danny rode the white dragon and faced the weirwood proudly. She said softly, "I am destiny. I am destiny." Slayer Tyrant's words. There was a long silence for a long time. Just as Danny was about to leave, the three-eyed crow sighed and said, "You're distorting fate. The future is uncertain because of you." Danny snorted coldly and said impatiently, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Either you come out and let us fight again, and then I'll kill you. Or, you can get lost and stop harassing me. Or, you can submit to me and follow me to an unknown but definitely bright future." Sigh, where did I go wrong? Why did fate change so much? How will this long night end? The three-eyed crow muttered to himself. For the first time, Danny heard weakness and confusion in his words. She wouldn't sympathize with her enemy, but she still wanted to understand some things. Deviant ghosts, frost god, green prophet, and old gods. What's the relationship between these four? The deviant ghosts and the green prophet seem to come from the same source, while the frost god is one of the old gods. Could it be that the old gods are divided internally? She asked. I didn't expect that you would have such a deep understanding of the deviant ghosts after coming to the Great Wall for just a few days. The three-eyed crow was shocked. He paused for a moment before he said slowly, "You guessed correctly. The deviant ghosts have a deep connection with the Green Prophet. The first deviant ghost was transformed from the Green Prophet." What? Weren't the deviant ghosts captured by the children of the forest and transformed into humans with magic? This was the standard answer in Game of Power. Danny didn't dare to believe in Game of Power's plot now. There were too many differences between the plot and reality. If she really used Game of Power's plot and did things based on it, she would probably be cheated. But as for the origin of the deviant ghosts, she had personally witnessed a human baby being transformed into a ghost doll. This proved that Game of Power wasn't wrong in this aspect. Danny Liz, what's your current state? Why do I sense the Green Prophet's aura on you? The three-eyed crow asked curiously. I learned it from you. Yesterday evening, after I dealt with the big crow in the white dragon's mind space, I got a part of the Green Prophet's meditation technique. When I looked at it, inspiration gushed out of me, and the meditation technique evolved. Danny boasted. This. The three-eyed crow was even more shocked, and he hesitated. If the Dragon Queen had the talent to become a Green Prophet, should he let her inherit the three-eyed crow's position? Chapter 339. There could be many Green Prophets in the same era, but there could only be one three-eyed crow in each generation. Whether one could become a Green Prophet depended on one's talent. In theory, only one Green Prophet could be born in 100,000 people, and the three-eyed crow had to inherit the legacy left behind by the Green Prophet for 10,000 years, the experience, wisdom, memories, emotions, and will of countless generations of Green Prophets. The value of making the Dragon Queen convert to Buddhism seemed to be higher than the value of the House of Stark's crippled son. The three-eyed crow was tempted. Danny Liz, I have said since the beginning that I don't have any evil intentions toward you, and I just hope to help you become more perfect. The wisp of divine soul I left in your consciousness didn't monitor your actions or thoughts, and I just instilled in you the noble character, benevolence, responsibility, glory, and faith of a great king. Danny sneered coldly. I don't need you to instill in me the noble character of a great king. I'm the greatest queen in the world, and my character is the standard by which the later generations of kings are judged. You are really conceited. The three-eyed crow was rendered speechless. I'm conceited. Who can put an end to slavery? Who can take out several million gold royals to save ordinary people? Who can consider the big picture when the Iron Throne is within reach and unite all forces to fight against the Long Night? Who will take the initiative to challenge the deviant ghosts and even fight against them without caring about their own safety to test their true power? In the foreseeable future, I will surely lead humans to fight against the deviant ghosts and end the Long Night. I heard that the Green Prophet can observe the past 10,000 years' history through the fishbone tree. Tell me, who can be greater than me? Danny's words were shameless, but the three-eyed crow remained silent for a long time, and he couldn't refute her. In this world that was worse than worse, Danny was not bad at all. Moreover, you deliberately ignored the most important point. You want to keep me in the Westeros, and you don't want me to leave. It's because you took a fancy to my dragons, not Blackie or Whitey, but my unborn fifth dragon. Kueishi's prophecy stated that the red crow would land between the mother's eyebrows, and the mother's vision would be obstructed, while her child would be quietly taken away by a white wolf. She inherited a cheap doll from the original owner, but it definitely had nothing to do with the prophecy. As the mother of dragons, the Megalosaurus was also her child. Then, there was no doubt that someone wanted to steal her dragon. The question was, which dragon would the wolf take? Furthermore, it was done quietly. Danny used to think that it was Little White, but yesterday evening, the Green Prophet had personally made a move. Even with such a huge commotion, Little White still managed to hold on. This was because Little White was already 2 years old and had a very mature sense of self. It could even take the initiative to look for her dragon's spirit in a crisis. Last night, in the apple orchard, when she put the glass candle into her backpack, she accidentally touched the red dragon egg. In an instant, Danny understood. The little thing was about to be born, and the Green Prophet's real target was him. Considering Jon Snow's identity as the child of prophecy. True dragons must have dragons, and the child of prophecy needs dragons even more. Each of the 6 children of the House of Stark received a dire wolf bestowed by the old god. The dire wolf's fate was closely related to its master's. As Whitey's master, Jon was the white wolf, wasn't he? Little Five came from the Targaryen family. In theory, Jon should be able to establish a connection with him very easily. Because Danny already had Blackie, a knight could only control one dragon. And Jon was a shapeshifter, so he had a stronger soul talent than her. Of course, Danny was the mother of dragons after all. If she deliberately caused trouble, Prince Rhaegar would not be able to steal Little Five away even if he was reborn. At this time, it was time for the Green Prophet to make a move. A shred of consciousness was lodged in the depths of her soul. The whispers of the evil god never stopped. It could make her change her mind and stay in the Westeros. It could also make her acknowledge her nephew. This was the three-eyed crow's wishful thinking. If he really did that, Danny would probably notice her abnormality due to the great contrast in her thoughts. She would then come to her senses. The three-eyed crow's scheme was exposed, but his tone was still calm and gentle. He said, "I won't deny that I hope that you will leave the 5th dragon to the true child of prophecy. He needs it more than you. Danny, rise, the gods have already arranged everything, and fate has already determined it. Your mission is to bring back the Megalosaurus to the world, but this doesn't mean that all dragons are your exclusive property. Dragons have 3 heads, fuck. Dragons have 3 heads." Danny interrupted him angrily. She announced firmly, "Listen carefully. Dragons have only 1 head, and that's their original head. It's not me, nor is it the child of prophecy, nor is it a Targaryen. A true dragon's will cannot be distorted, and it won't allow anyone to override it. My dragons are my children, and no one can ride on them as a dragon knight and show off their might. After me, the Megalosaurus won't have any dragon knights." Hiss. Whitey roared proudly at the weirwood, and a human-like resolute look appeared in his eyes. He wouldn't accept any dragon knight other than his mother. The three-eyed crow seemed to be shocked by her speech, and he couldn't maintain his calm tone any longer. He said anxiously, "Dragons can't live without knights, and a wild dragon without knights is a disaster." Hiss! Whitey roared angrily and let out a true dragon's roar at the weirwood. The leaves on his blood-stained palm started rustling. "You saw it. My dragon is different, and he's very smart," Danny said with a smile. "Danny, rise, no matter how many misunderstandings you have about me, I still want to help you." The three-eyed crow sighed and invited her, "Do you want to get the complete Green Prophet's inheritance? I will teach you, and I will give you all of my life's experience and power." Danny had an odd look on her face. If he didn't say that last sentence, she would have been tempted. But if she wanted to receive his inheritance and become the second three-eyed crow, why would she get power if her will had become so weak that it almost disappeared? "Do you still remember your original name?" she asked. The three-eyed crow sank into his memories. After a long while, Blinden Hoenn. He sighed softly. Danny didn't manage to react for a moment, and she just nodded. She asked curiously, "Since you're from Hejin County, how did you become the Green Prophet?" The first requirement for a transfiguration user was the bloodline of the ancestors and the belief of the old gods. It was common knowledge that there were descendants of the ancestors in the south of Neck Lake, but there weren't any believers of the old gods. Hoenn was the surname of an illegitimate child in Hejin County, and this three-eyed crow came from the south of Neck Lake. "You don't know me?" Blinden asked in surprise. "Why should I get to know an illegitimate child?" Danny was even more baffled. The three-eyed crow spoke with pride, sadness, and anger. He clenched his teeth and said, "I'm the Blood Crow Duke." The Blood Crow Duke. Danny furrowed her brows and pondered for a long while. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she said in disbelief, "You're the illegitimate child of the mediocre King Aegon? You're also a Targaryen, and a Targaryen became the Green Prophet? Remember Saint Bailey, who locked his sisters in the virgin residence? When Saint Bailey and Aegon IV were born, the gods seemed to have played a joke on them. Saint Bailey cut off all his desires and became a saint. The desires that Saint Bailey cut off were all absorbed by his cousin Aegon, and he became the most lascivious person in the history of the Targaryen family. Saint Bailey didn't get involved with women, but Aegon had countless lovers and countless illegitimate children. What was even more foolish was that Aegon the mediocre king not only messed around, but he also granted legal status to all his illegitimate children before he died. He also allowed them to inherit the throne after the eldest son, Dylan II. He gave his illegitimate children the right to inherit the throne. After that, the Blackfyre Rebellion, which was second only to the Blood Dragon's Wild Dance in terms of damage to the Targaryen family, occurred. Robert also liked messing around and had many illegitimate children, but he wasn't picky about food. Most of the illegitimate children's mothers were commoners, and some were even prostitutes. The illegitimate children's mothers' families were too lowly, and they weren't a threat to the eldest son. It was a pity that Robert didn't have any eldest son, so it was awkward, but Aegon the mediocre king was different. He was picky about food, and he had a high status. He especially picked the daughters of rich families. One of his lovers was even Saint Bailey's fiancée, Diana, who was locked in the virgin residence. Aegon the mediocre king had 6 illegitimate children because his mother was from a rich family. They were called noble illegitimate children. The scary thing was that these noble illegitimate children even had the right to inherit the throne. Unsurprisingly, Diana's son, Demon Blackfyre, raised the flag and rebelled. The Blackfyre Rebellion, which lasted for 100 years, began. Blinden Riverwind was one of the noble illegitimate children. Damn it, he even got to the rank of duke. However, Blinden didn't stand on the side of the rebellious illegitimate children. He even personally killed Demon Blackfyre and his twin sons, ending the first Blackfyre Rebellion. He also became a kinslayer who was despised by everyone. He killed his brother and nephew. Later on, he committed a crime and violated the sacred oath to kill a nephew. He was sentenced to death by Yimont's younger brother, Aegon V, Dany's grandfather. Blindon chose to put on a black coat and went to the Great Wall with Ymont to become a night watchman. He even became the commander-in-chief of the night watchmen. Then, 50 years ago, he went missing during a ranger patrol. Everyone thought that he died. If Dany remembered correctly, this old ancestor, who was 5 generations older than her, was already 125 years old. Even old Ymont had to call him grandfather. Well, old Ymont wasn't young either. He was 102 years old. You have been monitoring the Westeros? You used weirwood to monitor the north, and you used crows to monitor the south. Last time in Dorne, your original target was Dorne's prince, Lord Martell, Dany said with a complicated expression. I was waiting for you there. The Westeros don't have any secrets from me. The crow prepared it for you. Before you set foot on this continent, I knew that you would come, when you would come, and where you would come from, the three-eyed crow said. Since you are so powerful, why did the Targaryens get exterminated? Dany sneered. I know everything, but I won't easily get involved in the disputes of the Seven Kingdoms. You are a Targaryen. My duty is to protect the Westeros, not to serve the Targaryen dynasty. From the moment I put on black clothes, I lost my family and surname. I will only protect the Seven Kingdoms for the rest of my life. You should know the oath of the Night Watchers, Brandon said calmly. You still have the face to mention the oath of the Night Watchers to me? Dany sneered and asked, the most important oath of the Night Watchers is to always remain neutral. You already have a political inclination, and you attacked me for a certain child of prophecy. The three-eyed crow sunk into silence again. After a long while, he sighed and said, Winter is coming, and only the child of prophecy can end the long night. You don't know how much I wished that you were the child of prophecy, but you aren't. The Night Watcher's oath of neutrality is to get the recognition and support of all suzerains so that they can better protect the Great Wall. I don't adhere to rules and oaths, and I have a clear conscience. Good, you said it very well. Dany laughed. According to this, the oath of neutrality is to get the recognition of all suzerains. Now that I am being targeted by you, does it mean that the Targaryens can no longer support the Night Watchers? Chapter 340. I will wait for you in the Wisdom Temple. When you understand the principle of sacrificing yourself for righteousness and understand your responsibility, you will naturally come back to me. Dany left the hill where the wolves were eating the six forms person's second body. She could faintly hear the three-eyed crow's words. Let the Ghost King come to you. She got tired of it and ran away. The three-eyed crow chattered non-stop. He didn't care whether she could stand it or not. He kept talking nonsense that didn't make any sense. He seriously conflicted with Dany's worldview. Since she couldn't do anything to the three-eyed crow for the time being and couldn't obtain much useful information from him, Dany returned to her own body. Valamir's soul ascended to the sky, traveled through the weirwood, and finally entered the body of an old wolf. The entire process seemed long, but it only took an instant. She was only delayed by chatting with the three-eyed crow for a while. When she returned, a group of hard-legged people were crying on Larry's corpse. Yes, the soul that controlled Whitey to use the True Dragon Roar's soul chasing strike was the Green Prophet's second soul. Her nine-colored whirlpool first soul was still in her body. She could control her body freely. My little baby, your mother is with the gods, the white-haired old woman told her crying granddaughter. She will never be hurt again. She will never be hungry again. She will never be sad again. The gods have brought her back to the earth and brought her back to the forest. The gods are with us. They live among the rocks and streams, among the birds and beasts. My daughter has joined them. She is the world, and the world is her. This speech was quite interesting. It almost described the final end of the souls of the old gods' believers. Ordinary people couldn't possibly know about the process of the soul merging with the world. They didn't experience it when they were alive, and they didn't have the chance to talk about it after they died. Only the Green Prophet could see it and describe it to others. Danny looked at the old woman thoughtfully. She asked the leader of the hard-legged people, who had a sad face and kept stomping his feet and sighing, "What position does your mother-in-law hold in the tribe?" "She is a forest witch. She presides over the birth of children, the death of adults, and the marriage of young people in the tribe." It seemed that this witch without magic power and meditation runes was equivalent to the priest of the savage tribe. "Your daughter is not dead yet," Danny squatted down and said to the old witch. "He's not dead yet, but he'll die sooner or later. Her soul has already returned to heaven and earth, and only her body is left gasping for breath." The old woman lamented. From a certain point of view, the old woman was right. Spearwoman Lari's soul shattered, and the fragments of her soul continuously transformed into spiritual essence, dissipating into the world. Without a soul, the physical body would naturally die before long. Danny didn't make any promises. She only placed her hand between the round-faced spearwoman's eyebrows and activated her modified soul strike once again. The second soul and little white passed through a soul barrier and entered Larry's soul space again. There were many dark and deep holes at the edge of the broken blue space. A great terror and a great chill were hidden within. In the center of the soul space, there was a cluster of soul fragments floating in the air, like countless pieces of broken glass gathered together. Every piece of soul fragment was sparkling and translucent, and some incomplete images flashed past quickly. They were all Spearwoman Lari's life. The soul was made up of memories and willpower. At this moment, pieces of broken glass were slowly flying away from the center area, and following a strange suction force, they floated towards the dark hole in the soul wall. There seemed to be a crushing machine there, and the soul fragments that entered the black hole were immediately crushed into even smaller pieces and powder. Then, they sprayed out from the hole and entered the mysterious old god's reincarnation system into streams, forests, lakes, birds, beasts, humans. They merged with the whole world as one. Danny rode on the dragon's back and reached out her hand to gather the sparse fragments in the center of the space. Gather the soul, endow the soul. Walala. The sparse rain of spiritual essence pierced through the void and fell on the broken soul space. The colorful spiritual essence dyed the air with a faint green glow, and then, like tired birds returning to their nest, they all rushed towards Larry's soul fragments. There were no corpses nearby to burn, and there was no high concentration of spiritual essence for Danny to gather, so the spiritual essence rain was very thin, even thinner and softer than a cow's hair. But to this soul space, this rain was a life-saving nectar that fell from the sky. In theory, other than the Megalosaurus and the dragon egg, Danny was unable to bestow spiritual essence to others. She once had an idea: if she could enter another person's soul realm like how she entered the soul space of the Megalosaurus, then if she used the endow skill in other people's soul realm, would she be able to bestow spiritual essence to others? Unfortunately, with the main soul based on the Grand Wizard meditation technique, she was unable to enter other people's soul realm, so she was unable to test out that idea. Now that she had the second soul based on the Green Prophet meditation technique, she could also enter other people's soul realm like the Green Prophet. Just as she expected, the spiritual essence that floated in from the outside world seemed to have her weak spiritual imprint, dyed with a faint green glow, but it was indeed able to merge with Spearwoman Lari's soul. Visible to the naked eye, the broken fragments began to grow. That's right, it was growing. After absorbing a small amount of spiritual essence, small soul fragments began to sprout like saplings, growing branches. Then, the branches connected with each other. Different fragments stuck together, grew together, and became bigger. Gradually, a complete Lari's shadow was formed. At a certain moment, she began to move her fingers. At a certain moment, she opened her eyes, looking at the white dragon that covered the sky above her in surprise and confusion. At a certain moment, the spiritual essence rain stopped falling on Lari. She was saturated. The colorful spiritual essence rain began to flow towards the soul wall. The deep, cold hole quickly shrunk, and the soul space became complete and perfect again. Hee hee, Smiling proudly, Danny rode the white dragon and disappeared in front of Laurie's eyes. In reality, half an hour had passed. The old witch and the hill tribe leader had repeatedly tried to persuade Danny to give up on the treatment. To treat the spearwoman Laurie. As the main soul had always been in the sea of consciousness, Danny had never lost her consciousness. In the face of the hard-foot people's request to euthanize the spearwoman, she refused many times, and impatiently said that she was casting divine spells to bring their loved ones back from the brink of death. How is that possible? The dead can't be revived, everyone knows that, the leader of the hard-foot people complained. Yes, Laurie is not a shapeshifter, she can't start a second life. In fact, even the Green Prophet can't be revived in his original body after death, the forest witch vowed to tell her the truth. Your Majesty, isn't reviving the dead the ability of the Red Priest? You really know how to do it? Even the White Knight was doubtful. She's different, she's not completely dead, Danny said calmly. John pulled a tuft of wool from the spearwoman's coat, put it next to the spearwoman's nostrils, and sighed, she's almost dead. Ouch. What are you doing? The spearwoman's eyelids suddenly opened, and she exhaled a big breath, staring at John who was touching her nose and asked. Ah. Not only was Zhang Nua scared and fell to the ground, but the hard-foot people nearby also screamed and stepped back. Be careful, there's a white ghost nearby, Laurie has been revived. A savage shouted in horror, holding his spear tightly and looking around. The dead can't talk, the forest witch rolled up her daughter's sleeves, revealing her rough yellowish-black skin, and said in surprise, and Laurie's hand didn't turn black, she's not dead. What's wrong with you? Laurie struggled to stand up, and said in a daze, I think I saw a dragon just now, a big white ah. She turned her head and saw Little White's golden eyes, and shouted in panic, that's it. What happened to me? 7 gods above, she really came back to life, Baristan said in disbelief. Your Majesty, how did you do it? John was shocked. Gods, the Dragon Queen saved Laurie from the hands of the Grim Reaper. The savages were shocked and looked at Danny with awe. Danny smiled lightly, it's a small matter, don't be surprised. It's getting late, let's go back to the Great Wall. Small matter. For a moment, everyone suddenly felt that the Dragon Queen in front of them was unfathomable. This, Dragon Queen, the Hill Tribe elder's bark-like face turned red, and he stammered, can our Hill Tribe sign a tripartite lease agreement with you? Of course, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Thank you, Your Majesty. The savage shed tears of gratitude. With hundreds of hard-foot people guarding her, Danny was not afraid of the deviant ghosts rushing out of the forest and launching a surprise attack on her. 2 dragons soared in the sky, and she rode on the long-haired pony provided by the savages, walking in front of the team, leading them to find the Death Squad and go south to the Great Wall. Along the way, they also met many savage tribes, some of them planning to return to their homes in the north, some of them planning to go to the difficult village in the east, and some of them going to the Milk River in the west, ready to join the Weepers' team and cross the Milk River by force. There were also some who were lost in the future, waiting for death in the abandoned village in the forest. Danny was willing to help as many people as she could, but she would never lower herself to beg others to help and save them. Just like how she treated the hard-foot people and the Hill Tribe, she never recruited the savage tribes they met along the way. If they took the initiative to ask about the agreement, she would give her own answer. As for whether the savages were willing to join her team to go south, she did not care. Some of the savages did not trust the king of the south, and they left, some were hesitant and continued to stay in the forest. Some, like the Hill Tribe, decided to sign the sacred agreement with the Dragon Queen. There were also savages who sought death and tried to ambush her, but they were killed by the Megalosaurus dragon flames. At around 2 in the afternoon, the Death Squad led 2,000 savages back to the Great Wall. Woo! At the top of the Great Wall, a horn sounded. The city gate opened, and a group of night watchers rushed out, together with the savage warriors in the new camp, as if they were welcoming legendary heroes. They loudly welcomed the returning Death Squad members. When the Dragon Queen was 1 kilometer away from the Great Wall, she rode on the Black Dragon, hovering low above the heads of the heroes. She was the king of the heroes. Under the blue sky, on the open ground where the remaining snow had melted, thousands of people cheered as the Megalosaurus spread its wings. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live the Death Squad, long live the Megalosaurus. The brave and fearless Dani rise. The hero queen, Dani rise. Force could conquer people, but it could not subdue them. At the top of the Great Wall, Stannis clenched his fist, jealousy flashing in his deep blue eyes. Chapter 341. I, Doss of the hard-footed Hill tribe, swear on behalf of all my people that I will strictly abide by the tripartite lease agreement after entering the Great Wall. I swear on my father's foot to all the southern kings that I will never bring anyone to plunder the north, and I will resolutely oppose and actively stop any free people who break the rules and sneak into the north. Under the gate of the Great Wall, there was a 2-meter-high wooden platform with 2 wooden chairs on it. The Dragon Queen and Stannis sat side by side. Next to them were Barristan, Melisandre, and the leaders of the Night's Watch. Under the wooden platform, the short chief of the barefooted tribe led his people to make a sacred oath with the king and the Night's Watch. After returning to the Great Wall, Dani began to move the barbarians as soon as possible. It was too dangerous outside the Great Wall. Deviants could attack the camp from time to time. Not to mention that the deviant ghosts would definitely try to kill the Dragon Queen and her dragon. Just the casualty rate alone was much lower when defending against deviant ghosts on the Great Wall than when fighting outside the city. Therefore, letting the barbarians into the Great Wall had become a necessary choice. The only problem was whether the barbarians would abide by the sacred oath. Dani did not act arbitrarily on this matter. She had to leave here soon. In the coming days, the Urlu party would become the most powerful force on the Great Wall, and Urlu's army would also be able to suppress the barbarians who broke the oath. She had to let Urlu participate in this matter. Before seeing Ghost Child, Stannis was determined not to agree. He did not trust Dani, did not trust the barbarians, did not want to see Dani take the barbarians in for her own use, and did not want to bear the infamy of letting the barbarians into the Great Wall. When the nobles and the people of the 7 kingdoms knew about this, they would definitely curse because they did not feel the danger of deviance, but deeply hated the barbarians for 8,000 years. But Ghost Child changed his mind. Not to mention Urlu, any living person who saw Ghost Child, no matter how much they hated the barbarians before, would have to admit that keeping the barbarians outside the Great Wall was equivalent to providing soldiers for the deviants. She could either accept the barbarians and use their power to deal with the deviants, or let the barbarians join the deviants. How should he choose? However, Stannis also had some demands. First, the barbarian warriors and powerful spearwomen had to stay at the wall, become temporary night watchers, or work as farmers. They could not join the Dragon Queen and fight across the narrow sea with her. Second, the Dragon Queen had to swear a sacred oath that she would not recruit the barbarians to invade the 7 kingdoms. Third, the Dragon Queen could not interfere with the barbarians changing their faith and joining the Light King. To sum it up in one sentence, restrict the barbarians from siding with the Dragon Queen, prevent the Dragon Queen from using the power of the barbarians to fight for the Iron Throne, encourage the barbarians to join the Deer faction, and allow Stannis to use the power of the barbarians to participate in the Game of Thrones. Shameless. Stannis himself was too embarrassed to say these words to the Dragon Queen. The negotiation was between Sir Ashier Florin and the White Knight. Yasser Florence is the uncle of Queen Celis, a follower of the Lord of Light, and leader of the latter party. His elder brother was Count Alistair of Brightwater, who was sacrificed to Lalo because he advocated peace with Duke Tywin. He was burned alive. To be honest, Stannis and his aides never thought that Dany would agree to such an unfair treaty. Some of them were even rubbing their palms in anticipation. They had prepared many arguments and reasons, waiting for the Dragon Queen to object. Then, they would stand out and argue with the crowd. But the Dragon Queen did not even think about it and directly agreed. Dany did not intend to spend much time in the Westeros. Once she had defeated, captured, and studied the deviant ghosts, she would leave the northern region. In the Westeros, there was only one purpose for taking in the barbarians, and that was to conquer the north. Stannis was so poor that he thought the northern lords were his hope of turning the tables in the Game of Thrones. Dany never had any expectations for the north, nor did she intend to win the hearts of the nobles and people. Stark was not dead, and it was difficult for the people of the north to accept the leadership of a foreign king. Also, the north was the front line against the deviants, and there was an extreme shortage of food. The north almost did not store any food for winter. The north was different from Hejien. It was obvious that when she ascended the Iron Throne, the position of Hejien would no longer belong to the Tully family. As the granary of the Seven Kingdoms, Hejien was extremely rich, had a large population, and was connected to the king's territory. Why did Dany not revoke the title of Kingdom of Hejien and merge it into the king's territory, making it a direct territory of the Targaryens? Therefore, there was a need to help Hejien. But the north was different. It was cold, barren, and sparsely populated. The north belonged to Stark, and would always belong to Stark. The people of the north did not recognize the Iron Throne, and they would not recognize the Dragon Queen. The ending of Game of Thrones explained everything. If she had to intervene in the affairs of the Westeros, Dany might as well take back Dragonstone Island and focus on the Three Rivers Basin. She did not want to occupy many cities, but she wanted to preserve the population and use it as her base in the Westeros. She only had a cheap son, but 20 years later, she might have a dozen cheap grandsons. She did not care for the Iron Throne, but she could leave it for her grandsons. Without a dozen thrones from a dozen countries, what kind of royal family would the Targaryens be? Grandmother Dany was thinking too far ahead. I, the commander of the Greenshell tribe, Chiliarch Morona, on behalf of 1,000 free people under my command, swear to the gods that I will sign a sacred contract with Queen Dany Rise. After entering the Great Wall, I will never leave the old land. After the hard-legged Duth led 1,000 barbarians into the city gate, the white-masked Morona led a group of women and children to swear an oath with Dany. Unlike the hard-legged Duth, Morona would not stay at the Great Wall. She would lead 1,000 people under her command to the East Sea and cross the narrow sea by boat. She only needed to sign a contract with Dany. The Night Watchers and Stannis both thought that Dany should take away the barbarian women and children who did not have much combat power to reduce the burden on the Great Wall. After Morona, there were Kiliarchs like Whale, Sea Elephant, and Solon. Some of them stayed at the Great Wall, while others followed Dany to the west to seek food. There were about 13,000 barbarians. 2,000 joined the Night Watchers, 5,000 went to farm if they could still farm, 5,000 went to the East Sea. Before the sky turned dark, all the barbarians passed through the city gate and entered the other side of the Great Wall. Although resources were scarce, there was still a bonfire banquet tonight. The mission of the Suicide Squad to capture captives was finally completed. 1 ghost child, 3 other ghosts, and more than 100 ghouls. What a great harvest! There were too many barbarians. Dark Castle could not accommodate them. Other than arranging rooms for the old, young, and sick, the barbarians also set up a new camp on the east side of Dark Castle. The banquet was held between Dark Castle and the camp. Thousands of bonfires rose from the vast land. They were like stars in the dark sky, shining with a glimmer of hope. The barbarians took out their home-brewed fruit wine and exchanged it with the ale of the Night Watchers. The aroma of roast lamb, roast pig, and roast beef spread between the sky and the earth. Some people bragged loudly while drinking, some took out harps and wooden guitars to sing poems, some hugged each other in the cheers of the audience, some sang loudly, and some barbarian girls sang and danced. The barbarians temporarily forgot about the danger on the other side of the wall and began to party to their heart's content. The Night Watchers built a straw shed on the side of Dark Castle to block out the cold wind. There were 3 long tables in the shed, forming a 10-meter-long main table. Dany and Stannis sat at the same table. Among the 20 or 30 people at the same table, there were high-ranking members of the Night Watchers, important members of the Deer Party, and Kiliarchs of the Barbarians. I'll go back to the Shadow Tower tomorrow morning. Sir Mallister put a piece of roasted lamb chop into his mouth and said while chewing, "The Weeper is recruiting. Dark Castle better send me 100 rangers. There are more than 10,000 freemen here." Red Pomegranate's chief steward looked at the barbarians who were drinking and eating and said awkwardly, "There are only 320 Night Watchers left in Dark Castle. We can't manage them all. Besides, Her Majesty Dany Rise is here. As long as the messenger crow comes, we can ride the dragon and go there in an hour. No amount of rafts will be enough." Old Ymont frowned and looked at Dany, as if to remind her, "Your Majesty can't stay at the wall for long, right?" "You're right. Don't blame me for shirking my responsibility. I'm different from some kings who live a leisurely life. I really have a lot of work to do every day." Dany smiled at the man who was grinding his teeth. Now, the cities of Queers, Volantis, Lys, and other cities have formed the Alliance of Slavery Defenders. They call it the Million-Man Army and thousands of warships. A world war is waiting for me. Million-Man Army? A piece of dried apple fell from Yrgrit's lips. She looked at the Dragon Queen in a daze and said, "You're bluffing. Is there such a huge army in the world?" Well, the red-haired girl also became a Chiliarch. First of all the barbarians who joined the Suicide Squad were free. She was no longer Dany's captive. Second, almost half of the 12 Kiliarchs died last night, and Yrgrit was the only one among the barbarians who killed an other ghost, together with Jon. She had made a great contribution. In the summer, there were never more than 200,000 free people outside the wall. "How many are 2 million? Vaynor asked. "The population of the Northern Territory has never exceeded 500,000. Jon's mouth twitched. Seeing that everyone had an expression of, "Dragon Queen really knows how to boast," Dany smiled with a sense of superiority and said, "You guys are still too ignorant. In the battle to conquer Slavers Bay, I wiped out 200,000 soldiers of the Guy's army. If you don't believe me, you can ask King Stannis or any merchant of the free cities. There were not even 100,000 regular soldiers, but if the slaves who served the Guy's army were included, 200,000 was not too much." "Wow, 200,000. The barbarians and Night Watchers exclaimed. Even Scholar Ymont had a look of disbelief. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything," Erlu said with a wooden face. "Sigh, Westeros are too close to information. You guys still don't know what the people of the world knew half a year ago. Think about it and you'll understand. Slavers Bay has 1.5 million people. With 10 to 1 soldiers, 20 to 30,000 mercenaries and 10 to 20,000 new guys navy, 200,000 per person is not too much. Those 200,000 people should have been defeated by you many times, right?" Sir Yasser Florin snorted. "No one in the world can gather 1 million soldiers at the same time, not even the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. Sigh, it's true that there are more than 1,000 warships. If each warship has 100 sailors, the navy will exceed 100,000. The army will not be less than the navy, at least 100,000. Including the supply teams, the total military strength will be at least 300,000 to 400,000. Is 1 million an exaggeration?" "Ah." Everyone was silent. The barbarians and Night Watchers looked at the Dragon Queen in shock and admiration. 1 million soldiers. In comparison, deviant ghosts did not seem so scary. Chapter 342. Stannis's expression was uncertain as he asked, "What will happen to the Great Wall after you leave?" Dany shrugged and said, "Send a letter to the City of Knowledge and tell them about the other ghosts. Then inform all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. There are witnesses and evidence. They should believe me, right? After taking Dragonstone Island, I will fulfill my duty as the Prince of Dragonstone Island and provide the Night Watchers with golden dragons and dragon crystal weapons. But in the Westeros, I have no vassals and cannot send soldiers to the Great Wall. Your Majesty, Dany, rise. Compared to freeing the slaves, the coming long night is a greater threat to humans. Why don't you end the battle at Slaver's Bay and send the Unsullied to the Great Wall? Jon asked. Yes, since you can defeat hundreds of thousands of soldiers, your soldiers must be very powerful. Why don't you bring them to the Great Wall to defend against the other ghosts? Maybe you can clear out all the other ghosts in a few months. Beau and Marcy said sincerely. Dany looked at them deeply and asked, will you give up the Great Wall and go to Slaver's Bay to deal with the slavers? We are the Night Watchers. Protecting the Westeros is our duty. How can we participate in the struggles of other countries? At this point, Red Pomegranate was stunned. Dany smiled and said, just like you, the soldiers at Slaver's Bay have their own duty to protect the freedom of the newly freed slaves. But guarding the Great Wall is not just about protecting the Westeros. Jon frowned and said, the other ghosts are the common enemy of all humans. The long night is not only in the Westeros. The sooner we get rid of the other ghosts and end the long night, it will be beneficial for everyone. The Savior's awareness was just too high. You are right. Dany nodded in agreement and said to Hanno seriously, the people of the world should put aside their disputes and form a united front against the ghosts. As long as the Allied army is willing to give up on Slaver's Bay and allow my army to pass through their territory, I will be the first to respond to the call of the Ghost Resistance Front. I will gather volunteers at Slaver's Bay and cross the ocean to support the Great Wall. Dragon Queen was so righteous, but the group of Westeros frowned, feeling unhappy. Deep in their hearts, they hoped that the Dragon Queen would immediately give up on Slave Bay, give up on freeing the slaves, and put all her strength into the battle to protect the Westeros. After all, Westeros was the center of the world, the benchmark of the world's civilization, and they were the great and glorious people of Westeros. Furthermore, wasn't the Dragon Queen also painstakingly chasing after the Iron Throne, which was out of her reach? If she wanted to become the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, shouldn't she contribute to the people of the Seven Kingdoms? Even if you haven't sat on the Iron Throne yet. We can't change the Free City's decision, and we don't have the ability to form an alliance to resist the otherworldly demons, Jon said with a bitter smile. Sigh, you have to understand that the warriors of Slaver's Bay also have friends and relatives. Dany shrugged and said slowly, don't think about taking shortcuts. Work hard to gather reinforcements from the Seven Nations. I took the risk to capture the otherworldly demons to provide you with evidence and convince the City of Knowledge first. Where's that old Paristan? Thinking of the City of Knowledge and the scholar, Dany suddenly realized that she hadn't seen the red-nosed old man for the entire day. The scholar is sick, old Ymont said. What kind of illness? He can't even attend the banquet of the two kings. After seeing the otherworldly demons last night, he was in a daze. He kept mumbling, the otherworldly demons can still appear even without dragons, this world can never eliminate magic, what should we do in the future? The ideal of the real world is completely destroyed. What's the real world? Melisandre suddenly asked. I don't know. The madman talks nonsense, the old scholar spoke nonsense without changing his expression. A look of sympathy flashed across his face, and he lamented, he was fine last night on the Great Wall, but when he returned to his bedroom. When I went to see him in the morning, he was barefooted and lying on the floor with only a thin layer of clothing. The fire in the fireplace was also extinguished. It was as if he was possessed. He pulled his hair and mumbled to himself. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his head was running a high fever. The arrow wound on his hip split open again, and his pants were wet with blood. I fed him a big bowl of poppy milk, and before coming to the banquet, I even put 7 or 8 leeches on him. He's now undergoing blood-sucking treatment. He has a fever and lost a lot of blood. You used leeches to bleed him? Dany's mouth twitched. Old scholar, you hate the City of Knowledge too, so you're tormenting the red-nosed old man on purpose, right? His main symptom isn't a fever. The leeches can help him regain his sanity, the old scholar said seriously. Alright, but don't let him die. The task of convincing the scholars of the City of Knowledge depends on him. As long as the scholars know that the otherworldly demons are real, they'll definitely warn the lords of the 7 kingdoms. There are hundreds of earls in the 7 kingdoms, and each earl sends 100 soldiers. That's tens of thousands of people. This is much faster than me mobilizing troops from Slave Bay. Slave Bay is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Great Wall, and it'll take a year or 2 by boat. Moreover, if the Alliance doesn't remove the blockade of Slave Bay, even if we organize a large fleet, we won't be able to leave the bay. Everyone nodded helplessly. It was true. No matter how powerful Dragon Queen's army was, it was too far away from the Great Wall. Before the true king appears, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms can't unite. Why am I fighting for the Iron Throne? For power. Stannis put down his fork and looked at Dany with a contemptuous smile. Isn't it? Dany raised her eyebrows and asked. Responsibility. Because of responsibility. He emphasized in a serious tone, I saw the arrival of the long night in the sacred fire. I received a revelation from the King of Light that it's now a dangerous time. The ancient prophecies are coming true. I need the Iron Throne only because the King of the 7 kingdoms can unite the forces of the 7 kingdoms to resist the coming long night. I will start the war only because I know what kind of people the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are. When they hear the news of the coming long night, they'll be afraid and hide. They'll raise the castle walls and stock up on food, but not many will bring soldiers to defend the Great Wall. Unless there's a powerful king leading them. That king is you. Dany laughed. It won't be you, Stannis said solemnly. I have talent, virtue, power, and law, Dany said. From the moment the Targaryen dynasty fell, you no longer have law. You should have some self-awareness. Look south from the Great Wall, how many enemies do you see? The North, Hajen, Arryn Valley, Lannister in the West, and the Stormlands all have irreconcilable conflicts with you. They won't support the Targaryens. It's strange to hear this from you, Dany said with a strange smile. Aren't you even more unpopular than I am? You should walk among the people more and see how the people and nobles talk about you. Stannis pursed his thin lips and said seriously, I know that everyone misunderstands me because of the Red God, but this is only temporary. When the long night comes, when the 7 gods can no longer answer the pleas of the people, when the light of the King of Light shines upon the world, everyone will understand that the long night is long, and only the King of Light can control the darkness. When the long night was about to fall, Erlu's idea was not wrong. The 7 gods would never answer the people, but the King of Light had already begun to show his miracles. Humans were very realistic. The reason they had faith was because they hoped to be rewarded by the gods. When the 7 gods could not satisfy them, their piety would immediately turn into resentment and curses. In the foreseeable future, the Church of the 7 gods would definitely suffer heavy losses in this long night. It might even disappear from Westeros completely, just like its experience on the continent of Essos. On the contrary, the Red God, who had been scheming for the long night and the savior since thousands of years ago, was very likely to be the biggest winner in this long night. If the Red God doctrine became the mainstream religion of Westeros, then Erlu, who hung the Red Heart flag high, would naturally be the most orthodox king. Dany glanced at Erlu, who had a deep gaze and a determined expression, and sighed in her heart. It seemed that she had misunderstood him before. Stannis was not without schemes, nor was he brainwashed or deceived by the red-robed woman. He was very clear-headed and had probably seen through the essence of faith, and guessed that the Red God's faith had a bright future. Erlu had not been completely eliminated from the game of power. He was a hero in the later stages. Well, the premise was that he could last until the later stages. Stannis, with the coming of the long night and the world on the brink of destruction, if we keep getting along awkwardly and being on guard against each other, it will seem too petty and unbefitting of our status as kings. Dany's eyes were as bright as the stars, flashing with confidence and pride. Why don't we sign a king's agreement and compete for the Iron Throne openly? Silence filled the banquet. Everyone stared blankly at the Dragon Queen, not knowing what to do. Even the savages had their mouths wide open, waiting for the Dragon Queen to continue. Stannis leaned forward and gritted his teeth. What agreement? The one who ends the long night will be the king. Dany leaned back in her chair and smiled faintly. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Stannis's eyes flashed, and he asked, how do we determine who will be the one who ends the long night? Dany said, I guess there is a king of deviant ghosts above the deviant ghosts, and the one who kills him will be the king. King of deviant ghosts? Your Majesty, Dany rise, are you sure? Jon's expression changed. Deviant ghosts are intelligent. Everyone has seen it. Intelligent creatures that live in groups must have a leader. It is the same for humans and beasts. Yes, deviant ghosts live in groups. They must have a leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. If deviant ghosts are like humans, killing one king and then another one appears, what will happen? Stannis asked. Simple, whoever kills more deviant ghost kings will ascend the Iron Throne. What if the number is the same? Sir Florin asked. Then we will compare the number of white ghosts killed. You have a dragon. You have too much of an advantage. Florin shook his head. Dany sneered, all right, as long as anyone kills the same number of deviant ghost kings as me, I will automatically withdraw from the fight for the Iron Throne. I feel that the crown on my head is too heavy. Just Slave Bay and the vast and rich free city are enough to keep me busy. Ugh! The faces of the members of the Deer Party twisted. They unconsciously tightened their grip on their spoons. All right, I will sign this Treaty of Kings with you. Stannis placed his hands on the table and stood up. No, not just you and me. It is for all the kings of the 7 kingdoms and those who want to become kings. This treaty will be sent to all the nobles with messenger crows and will be agreed upon. Everyone. Everyone exclaimed. Even free citizens? Whale asked. Are you a citizen of the 7 kingdoms? Dany rolled her eyes. This is a fight for the Iron Throne, the position of king of the 7 kingdoms. If a commoner kills a deviant ghost king by luck, will the nobles of the 7 kingdoms acknowledge him as king? Old Ymont frowned. After last night's battle, everyone should have seen the power of deviant ghosts. Deviant ghosts are magical creatures. As you can imagine, deviant ghost kings are far more terrifying than deviant ghosts. Scattered soldiers can't kill them at all. If a soldier under a king kills a deviant ghost by luck, the credit will naturally go to the king. Commoners have no chance of facing a deviant ghost king. If such a person really appears, he must be a legendary hero like Yasuo Ahai. So what if he becomes the king of the 7 kingdoms? Anyone who opposes him will be killed by the kings. This is written in the sacred treaty. Anyway, Targaryen is a man of his word. He will definitely abide by the treaty. Chapter 343. Dany, have you decided to give up the Iron Throne? Old Ymont asked hesitantly. At the top of the Great Wall, east of the city gate, there was a wooden shed built by the Night Watchers in the early years to shelter them from the wind and rain. There was a shortage of manpower now and it had been abandoned for many years. At this time, Blackie was lying in the old shed, while Dany and Ymont sat side by side on the black dragon's soft and tough wings. They chatted as if they were leaning on a sofa. The Night Watchers were short on supplies, so the dinner was not very sumptuous and there were no performances. After eating a steak, Dany left the table and went to the Great Wall. Ymont followed. Why do you say that? I have dragons, magic, and dozens of Valeglia steel swords. No matter how you look at it, I have the best chance of winning, Dany said. Ymont said worriedly, I carefully observed the battle between you and the other ghosts last night. Valeglia steel swords are like iron swords to armored knights. They have the power to kill, but they have to hit the vital points and break the armor first. Dragon flames are effective against other ghosts, but the killing efficiency is too low. Ice armor and ice swords can even block fireballs. It's too scary. But the light emissary is different. It is a divine weapon specially made by Yasuo and Ahai to deal with other ghosts. I suspect that Stannis can cut through the other ghosts' ice swords and ignore the defense of the magic ice armor, just like Valeglia's steel swords against wooden weapons. I also have a guess. Only the light emissary can kill the other ghost king. Normal weapons cannot end the long night. Otherwise, Yasuo and Ahai would not have spent so much effort to make the swords. Dany fell silent. The old man's words were not nonsense. In fact, they were very reasonable. Yasuo and Ahai did not defeat the other ghosts in one wave. They fought for many years. It was said that the long night lasted for a generation. There were failures and victories, but they were never able to end the long night. 8,000 years ago, the Valeglia civilization had not yet appeared. Naturally, there was no Valeglia steel, but other than dragon crystals, there was a magic metal called dragon steel. He wasn't sure what kind of steel dragon steel was, but it was similar to Valeglia steel in that it could kill deviant ghosts. With Yasuo and Ahai's identities as heroes of the world, it was impossible for them not to have a dragon steel weapon. However, he insisted on forging the sword, and in order to forge the sword, he even sacrificed his wife. P.S. The radiant emissary that was forged at such a high cost must have a powerful ability, and that ability must have a special effect on the Night King. Dany had only watched Game of Thrones. Before that, she thought that with her Valeglia steel weapon, Night King would be a piece of cake. 7 white knights, 3 Valeglia's blood, the little assassin Dany C., and herself as a mage. They were all wearing Valeglia's steel armor and wielding Valeglia's steel swords. After finding their target, 11 armored warriors descended from the sky on a megalosaurus and surrounded the Night King alone. Then, the little assassin went invisible at the side. This kind of teamwork was better than Arya's sneak attack, right? However, Dany realized that in this real world, Arya could not sneak attack the Night King at all. No matter how strong a faceless stealth skill was, it was useless against deviant ghosts because deviant ghosts did not observe the world through optical vision. To put it bluntly, many ghouls did not have eyeballs, but their eye sockets still lit up with a faint blue light. They could still find living people. Deviant ghosts and ghouls could sense the breath, temperature, and vitality of the living. It did not matter whether they had eyes or not. Even if Arya used Gale's steps, she could not hide from the perception of a normal deviant ghost, let alone hide herself. This was a bit of a trap. Knowing the way to kill the big boss should be the biggest cheat for a transmigrator who had read the plot, but this cheat was fake. Dany almost had a face full of blood. Do you think the Lightbringer in Stannis' hand is real? It is exactly the same as described in the book. The sword's body shone with a magical light, and no one could look directly at it. The burning aura also prevented people from getting close to it. Ymont said. Dany shook her head and said, "No, the fluctuating light is real, but it is not burning. We all saw it. When the sword was swung, the flame ignited the giant's hair." The old scholar frowned. Ha! Dany seemed to have thought of something, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. What's wrong? Ymont was confused. Old man, did you notice the difference between the way I eat and him? Dany held back her laughter and asked. There is no difference. Your dining etiquette is very standard. Stannis grew up in a noble family, so it is normal for him to know the etiquette of royalty. But Dany, you are too rare. You have been wandering the streets since you were young, and you have never received a proper noble education. But now, you have the style of royalty more than anyone else. You are a natural-born king. The old man looked at Dany with gratification. You have not seen how I looked when I first walked out of the Red Wasteland. Dany rolled her eyes and said with a smile, in Queers, when I first met Sir Barristan, he had an expression of disbelief, and he immediately exclaimed, where did this wild girl come from? So, to show off my kingly aura as a Targaryen, I called the 3 dragons down and spat a mouthful of dragon flames at the old knight's squire. Guess what? He immediately thought that I was domineering and a natural-born king. Ugh! Old Yamont's face was distorted. Your Majesty, you are exaggerating. When did I say that you are a wild girl? The White Knight who was standing at the door of the wooden shed as a guard was unhappy. You did not say it, but your eyes showed it clearly. Ha ha ha. Old Yamont laughed cheerfully. Dany laughed for a while, and then said seriously, I am not talking about etiquette. When the roast lamb is served on the table, the brown gravy is still sizzling. How do you eat it? Old Yamont's expression froze, and said in realization, when it cools down, you still eat it while breathing. It is too hot. Stannis is like a normal person, afraid of being burned by the high temperature. What about me? Dany smiled. You stuff it into your mouth without hesitation, as if it was cold to begin with. Old Yamont muttered. Barristan immediately said, His Majesty is not afraid of the heat at all. In fact, His Majesty especially likes to eat roast meat when it is hot. You said that the meat is softer, the juices are fuller, and it melts in the mouth like it is exploding. In other words, the radiant emissary looks like a blazing flame, but the temperature is not high. Yamont frowned. Dany's eyes flashed, and she said, Anyway, we have 3 other ghouls as captives. Let him try the sword tomorrow and we will understand. If only the radiant emissary can deal with the other ghoul king, what should we do? Old Yamont was worried again. If Stannis can end the long night, then let him be the king. He has already saved the world, is he not worthy of a crown? Dany said casually. Dany, the roots of Targaryen are in the Westeros. Old Yamont said sadly. I did not say that Targaryen will be completely removed from the Westeros. Dany smiled strangely. Even if we cannot become kings, we Targaryens can still become dukes. I will take over Dragonstone Island and part of the 3 rivers. No matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Targaryen will have a large territory. You can do that? Old Yamont was dumbfounded. Of course you can. Being a duke in the Westeros is more comfortable than being a king. Dany smiled, and asked, Old Master, are you familiar with Blinden River text? Why do you think of him? Blinden has been dead for many years. The old scholar was puzzled. He is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he has also become the Green Prophet. What? Dany's revelation was like a clap of thunder in Yamont and Barristan's minds. Both of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Blinden is alive as the 3-eyed crow. He is in a secret place beyond the Great Wall. How is this possible? He is older than me by a few decades. Old Yamont muttered. The Green Prophet has the same lifespan as a normal person. He was the one who fought with me yesterday afternoon. Blinden wanted to control my thoughts and take away my dragon. He even admitted his identity. Dany slowly told them about her conversation with the 3-eyed crow. Blinden does indeed have the bloodline to become the Green Prophet. His mother's family, the Blackwood family, has a long history. Before the Andarians invaded, they were the royal family of Riverland. At the same time, they are the only family south of the Neck Marsh that still believes in the old gods and worships the Heart Tree. No wonder his intelligence network is so terrifying that even Igo is afraid of him. Yet, no one has ever investigated his intelligence network. Old Yamont came to a realization. Since he is also a Targaryen, why would he make an enemy out of you, Your Majesty? Just because you are not the child of prophecy. That's ridiculous. Barristan was puzzled. Blinden has a wine-colored birthmark from his cheek to his chin. It looks like a red crow. It is also because the Blackwood family's emblem is a black crow with a red background that he has the title of Blood Crow. The old man looked at the silver plate-like moon through the hole in the roof. He recounted the past events related to Blinden in his memories. A hero with a slightly tragic story. This isn't a question of whether I want it or not. As Robert's successor, the throne is mine. Tanner, this is the law, this is the rule. Just as Dany was pondering over Blyndon's personality, Stannis' soft curses came from the west. Then, the blacksmith Tanner's pleading voice came. She has a dragon, my good highness. You have no hope. Take the initiative to surrender to her before we completely fall out with each other. Support her in ascending to the Iron Throne. At the very least, you will be able to protect the Wind's End castle that has been passed down in the Baratheon family for generations. The one who started the War of the Usurper was Robert. Robert has already met his retribution and is dead. You are not Robert. You have no direct blood feud with her. Why throw away your life for that iron chair? Dany and Ymont looked at each other. They never thought that the one-armed blacksmith would persuade Erlu to surrender. Dany was conflicted. She was very hesitant to accept someone like Erlu as a follower. It was too difficult. Ugh, she thought too highly of herself. Erlu was very strong-willed. I have never asked for this crown. Stannis pointed at the pure gold crown on his head. The edges were deliberately made into the shape of flames. Well, when the two kings sat at the same table, Erlu was well-dressed and well-dressed, with a crown on his head. Dany had only scrubbed her iron armor once, and her hair was braided in a thick braid, without a crown. In fact, apart from the three-headed dragon king's crown given to her by the Tourmaline Brotherhood, Dany had never forged a crown for herself. The three-headed dragon king's crown had been left to collect dust in the treasury. She had never worn it before. But when she appeared on the Megalosaurus, no one did not think that she was a queen. Gold is cold and heavy on my head. It is uncomfortable, but it is my responsibility. Robert is my eldest brother. After his death, it is my responsibility to inherit his throne. Not to mention Joffrey and Tommen, they are not even Robert's children. There are also the others. You have seen it. The night is coming. As the one in the prophecy, it is my responsibility to save millions and the people of the Seven Kingdoms from the darkness. This is my mission. Stannis gritted his teeth. His slightly twisted expression contained an endless amount of determination. It was unknown what the blacksmith opposite Erlu had on his face, but Dany's cheeks were twitching. Robert's throne was taken from his father. It is not your responsibility. Besides, even if you are the child of the prophecy, it does not conflict with submitting to her. How can you be the savior if you are dead? No, I will not submit to anyone. You have submitted to Robert. Chapter 344. You've served Robert before. You're Robert's good brother, a good subject. She's obviously more wise than Robert. She's a greater ruler. Why can't you serve her? Blacksmith Tanner advised. Robert. It was as if Stannis had been infected with a virus called Robert. He kept muttering. Suddenly, he waved his hand and complained hysterically, yes, I was loyal to Robert and tried my best to be his good brother, his good subject, but how did he repay me? When I was 18, he rebelled. I defended Storm's End for him. The inflatable fish trapped me for more than a year. The castle ran out of food. Even I had to eat dead rats and boiled shoes. But no matter how hard it was, I never thought of surrendering to the Mad King. Before Robert left, he gave the castle to me. It was my responsibility to defend Storm's End for him. In the end, King's Landing was taken by Robert. Tyrell no longer had the determination to serve Targaryen. Ide and Stark led a few thousand men and drove away the Riverbend army that surrounded Storm's End. At that time, Robert laughed and hugged Ide and Stark. He called him my brother and thanked him for saving Storm's End. Ah! Stannis screamed, holding his head. He forgot about me, his true brother. He didn't even give me a hug or a word of thanks. Even a fool would know how insignificant Eddard Stark's actions were during the siege of Storm's End. Well, Robert was happy to treat Ide as his brother. I won't be jealous. Well, I won't be jealous. But what happened after that? When he ascended the Iron Throne, Storm's End should have been mine, shouldn't it? Regardless of my contributions, as the second son of House Theon, I had every right to inherit Storm's End after my eldest brother became king. But Robert gave Storm's End to a child. Renly was only 4 or 5 at the time. He didn't give me any reward or comfort. Then Robert sent me to attack Dragonstone Island, but there was a terrible storm, and all the ships were capsized, and William Darry took the opportunity to escape with the boys to the other side of the narrow sea. However, I managed to conquer Dragonstone Island and complete the mission Robert gave me. However, not only did Robert not see my contribution, he even loudly reprimanded me. He blamed me for running away with the 2 dragons and causing him trouble. He really guessed right. That baby really grew up to be a big trouble, but it had nothing to do with him. The trouble was left to me. When Robert made me the Duke of Dragonstone, I dare say that everyone in King's Landing laughed at me. They even thought that Robert was humiliating me on purpose. Because I am the rightful Duke of Storm's End, the ruler of the vast and rich Stormlands. What else does Dragonstone Island have apart from rocks? During the Targaryen era, the Prince of Dragonstone Island held great significance. It was the fief of the heir to the throne. However, that was because Dragonstone Island was the land of the Targaryens. To Theon Bella, the Windstop Castle had a special meaning. Robert really humiliated me. On the night of my wedding with Silas, he dragged the bridesmaids to my wedding room and opened Silas's cousin's bud on my wedding bed. He even left a bastard for me to raise. I tried my best to be a good younger brother, and I tried my best to be a good subject, but all I got in return was his humiliation. Why? Even the Targaryens knew that the king chose his brother to be the king's hand after he ascended the throne. But what did Robert do? After Jon Arryn died, he would rather go thousands of miles away in the north to find Ide Stark than consider me. As if he had vented all the resentment of a lifetime, Stannis calmed down. He looked at the conflicted blacksmith in front of him and said indifferently, "This is what I get for pledging my loyalty to Robert. Now you want me to pledge my loyalty to that woman? She has a dragon." The blacksmith said bitterly. Stannis, who had calmed down, began to grind his teeth again when he heard the word dragon. I should have listened to Melisandre and hatched the dragon earlier. That red-robed woman can't be trusted. The blacksmith sighed. 2 years ago, before the dragons appeared, Melisandre let me see the snowy plains and the otherworldly ghosts in the flames. Everyone knows about Yeser Ahai's prophecy, who's hiding in the shed. Stannis suddenly realized when he got close to the wooden shed. He held his sword and shouted at the shadow in the shed. SSS, Blackie sneezed. A string of red flames came out of its nose, illuminating the strange and awkward faces of the 3 people and 1 dragon in the shed. In the eyes of the embarrassed Stannis, even Blackie's expressionless stare was a blatant mockery of him. His face turned green, white, and red. His expression changed back and forth. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing here? We've always been here. With the shed blocking us, it's warm." Dany said with a smile. He had never hated Dany's smile as much as he did now. Hey, don't get so worked up. Every family has its own problems. Dany waved her hand and sighed in a casual tone. Compared to my stupid brother, your brother is good enough. At most, Robert was afraid of you and deliberately suppressed you. He still left you the position of Duke of Dragonstone Island. But because of a woman, Liga destroyed my family and made me a princess when I was just born. I wandered around the trading city since I was young and did not have a full meal all year round. After Sir William Dane died, I did not even wear new clothes for 10 years. Compared to me, what happened to you is nothing. The humiliation, anger, and anxiety on Stannis's face froze, cracked, and fell off his face piece by piece. Blacksmith Tanner, Scholar Yamant, and Baristan also had strange expressions. They did not expect the Dragon Queen to compete with Stannis to see whose brother was more of a bastard. Could it be that she wanted to compete with him in every aspect? But, thinking about it, she did seem to have it worse than him. Her brother Liga was also worse than Robert. You said that Robert was afraid of me and deliberately suppressed me? Stannis was stunned for a moment, but he heard something else from the Dragon Queen's words. You didn't feel it yourself? Dany was also stunned. Robert did it so obviously, but Stannis did not realize it. He simply thought that his brother did not like him. Your Majesty, Dany, rise, please do not slander a dead man who cannot defend himself. Robert may be a bastard in some aspects, but he would never have such thoughts. The one-armed blacksmith righteously defended his master's reputation. Your Majesty, aren't you thinking too much? Old Yamant also frowned. Robert was open-minded and generous by nature. Why would he suppress his brother for no reason? Baristan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face and was not surprised. He had always remembered the matter of Liga's youngest son and had long been suspicious of Robert's forthright and upright character. Don't use Duke Robert's character to guess King Robert's thoughts. Think carefully, how did Robert ascend the Iron Throne? Without waiting for them to answer, Dany sneered and said to herself, he could rebel against the king as the Lord of the Stormlands. Is he not afraid that the next person will learn from him? In the history of Targaryen, how many times have there been stupid cases of siblings fighting for the throne? The Dance of the Blood Dragon, the Blackfyre Rebellion, 2 incidents that led to Targaryen's fall from the altar were all because the power of the vassals and the king's brothers were too close. Robert was not illiterate. He knew the history. Would he not learn from it? If you did not manage to defend Storm's End and were captured by Mester instead, Stannis, he would definitely let you inherit Storm's End because the cowardly and incompetent you are no threat to him. Don't say that Robert is heroic and upright. A truly magnanimous person should be like me. I could have ignored everything and killed you and Jon Snow with a single breath of dragonfire. One was directly involved in the war that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty, the other is the bastard son of a great enemy. Yet, I gave you a chance to fulfill your duties. A person who kills a baby and chases after a baby is not a heroic person. Dany's words were a little shameless, but it made Erlu and the blacksmith's expressions change drastically because she might have said the truth. Robert has always been afraid of me, ha ha ha. The unsmiling iron-faced Stannis actually laughed. It was said that Stannis had been lacking in joy since he was young. After seeing his parents die in the storm with his own eyes, he stopped smiling. Well, Erlu's smile was as rare as Bujinyan's tears. In any case, the people of the 7 kingdoms had never seen him smile. Baristan and the blacksmith Tanner, who knew him well, were shocked. What she said might not be true, Your Highness. Don't be so agitated. Tanner looked anxious, afraid that the second young master would go crazy. Hey, Tanner, don't be agitated. I'm fine now, very fine. I've never been better. So Robert was afraid of me. A heavy shadow seemed to have dissipated from Stannis's body, and he seemed to have brightened up. Tanner looked at Stannis carefully and saw that his eyebrows were relaxed, as if he was really happy. He asked doubtfully, You don't blame Robert? Before this, I've never blamed him. But from now on, I don't blame him. He was afraid of me. Stannis laughed. Ha ha ha, Dany, rise, the king's pact with you officially begins now. After saying this to Dany, Erlu laughed and walked back. Has he gone mad? Baristan frowned. In everyone's eyes, Robert shines brightly while Stannis has always lived in his shadow. Before this, he also thought that he was inferior to Robert and hoped to obtain the same praise and recognition as Robert through hard work. Now, he has finally obtained what he desired from Dany, but no longer needed. Old Yamant frowned. Maester, what are you talking about? The blacksmith was confused. Why did you think of persuading Stannis to surrender to me? I've already agreed to compete with him for the Iron Throne. You were there yourself to witness my oath. Dany looked at him strangely. The blacksmith said solemnly, after observing you for a while, I believe that you are a brave, benevolent, powerful, and responsible queen. Ha, it's obvious. Dany raised her chin slightly, accepting the blacksmith's praise as if it was natural. The one-armed blacksmith's lips twitched a few times before he continued, Stannis is obsessed with responsibility, but he doesn't have the ability to shoulder it. On the contrary, he will be a good subject. Becoming your subordinate will be beneficial to both of you. First, I have to admit that I have selfish motives. I hope that the House of Theon of Bella can be preserved. Then, you even accepted the most unforgivable enemy, and Theon of Bella has also submitted to Targaryen. When the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms who have grudges with Targaryen learn of this, they will put down their worries and prejudices and take the initiative to approach you. The Seven Kingdoms can quickly unite under your leadership and fight against the otherworldly ghosts. Sigh, it's been hard on you, Dany sighed with a complicated expression and said, unfortunately, dreams are beautiful, but difficult to realize. Chapter 345. The warm morning sun reflected thousands of rays of light on the milky white glacial walls, like colorful swords scattered between the earth and the blue sky. Today, 5 wooden stakes were erected in front of the dark castle's courtyard. 5 corpses were tied to the stakes with hemp ropes, 2 deviant ghouls with broken limbs, 2 ghouls without any injuries, and a skinned ghoul boar. Dany, Stannis, the red-robed woman, and more than 1,000 people surrounded the courtyard, staring at the deviant ghosts. The sun rose, and the shadows cast by the wooden houses of Dark Castle slowly receded. The sunlight spread in the courtyard, and gradually, the golden warm sunlight fell on the deviant ghosts and ghouls. Hiss hiss hiss. Wherever the sun shone, the deviant ghost's icy hair floated up as if it was on fire. The sound of grilling squid on a metal plate could be heard. White mist rose up like steam and surrounded the white ghost. Ah, the white ghost let out a roar, full of pain and anger. Dany's pupils contracted, and she unconsciously walked closer, directly looking into the deviant ghost's cold and vicious blue eyes. She could not see the shape of the meditation runes deep in the deviant ghost's sea of consciousness. When she looked into the deviant ghost's eyes and observed its magic power, it was an icy blue sea of fire, almost like a burning heaven and earth. At this time, under the sunlight, the icy blue flames in the deviant ghost's eyes quickly faded, showing that its magic power was quickly melting, just like ice melting under the sun. Crack. The mirage ice armor connected to the deviant ghost's body flashed with a white light, as if it was trying to reflect the sunlight, but it still inevitably began to crack. Even the deviant ghosts were howling under the sun, and the 2 ghouls were even worse. As the water vapor spread, the struggling ghouls were like candles under a magnifying glass, slowly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The milky white meat juice dripped down the calves, soaking the ground. Then, a rotten stench filled the air. Well, when a corpse turned into a ghoul, it would immediately stop rotting, and the smell of the corpse would not be heavy. If the corpse turned into a ghoul long enough, it would no longer have any smell after the rotting smell dissipated. It was like ice, tasteless. At this time, under the sunlight, the ghouls that had stopped rotting began to rot again. Hey, a few people, send this ghoul to the ice cellar. Dany covered her nose and took a few steps back, pointing at a ghoul. 2 humans and a pig, the 3 ghouls were still struggling and twisting, but their faces melted like wax figures on fire, and their noses and eyes could no longer be distinguished. Although it was smelly and disgusting, for night watchers still came over with a bundle of straw curtains. They cut off the hemp ropes that tied the zombie to the wooden stakes and wrapped it with the straw curtains. Then, they carried the zombie to the ice cave. Although the snow of the snow of the snow of dark of winter of the snow of the snow. Of the snow of the snow of the snow of the snow. Only an hour later, before the sun reached noon, the ghouls had completely disappeared in front of everyone, turning into a puddle of rotten water that soaked the mud of the courtyard. The ghoul of the wild boar was a little special. Its skin was smooth, and its stomach was cut open, and its intestines and organs were taken out. Danny could almost imagine the scene at that time. The barbarians had hunted a wild boar, shaved its fur, removed its organs, cleaned it, smeared black and hard salt, and lit a bonfire. The whole family was drooling as they surrounded the wild boar, preparing to roast the wild boar. Then, the ghouls came out of the house and used the spirit summoning skill. The wild boar that had not been put on the grill opened its blue eyes and looked at the barbarians who were stuffing apples, turnips, and wild strawberries into its stomach. "You want to eat me? I'll eat you first." In the real version, the cooked duck flew away. Sigh, do you night watchers have salted whole pigs, sheep, and cows? Seeing the wild boar struggling to melt into milky white water, Danny had a strange expression. "Scholar Yimont, hurry up and write a letter to all the nobles in the north. From now on, the cured meat must be cut into small pieces, or else it will be eaten by their own cured meat." That would be too funny. Ha ha ha. At the end, she could not help but laugh. Oh no, there are a lot of hams stored in the cellar. Will they break free from the hook? Galen's expression changed as he shouted. Ha ha ha. The scene was too funny, and Danny laughed even more happily. The ghoul's broken arms and legs can really move. John said with an awkward expression. You really have to be careful with salted and cold cured meat. It's best to smoke it with smoke. Half-cooked corpses will not come back to life. Melisandre said lightly. You communicated with the deviant ghosts? Danny was surprised. I tried to communicate with them yesterday, but there was no effect at all. The ghouls and deviant ghosts are all fearless of death. The red-robed woman said. Even the torture of burning under the sun could not make them submit. Look at their miserable state now, they must be in pain. Sir Mallister frowned. Witch Otter, Danny waved at the old witch in the crowd. Could you please come over and ask this white ghost if he is willing to surrender with dignity? Don't say surrender, just say cooperate. I would like to ask this knight of the other ghosts to help me with a few small matters. The few knights among the night watchers were embarrassed, and they were complaining in their hearts. Deviant Ghost Knight, are you also planning to make a three-way lease agreement with the deviant ghosts? It's fine if you use such a method to fool the ignorant barbarians, but now you are even fooling the deviant ghosts. Isn't that too much? Larry's mother was called Mother Otter. Although she was a fake forest witch without magic, she did have a systematic inheritance. There seemed to be a green prophet among the ancestors of the Hill tribe, and the inheritance of witches in the tribe had not been broken for thousands of years. The Hardfoot witches did not necessarily have the talent for witchcraft, but they all knew the ancient language, strange herbal knowledge, and some secrets of the green prophet. The reason why Danny suspected that there was a green prophet in the Hill tribe was because Mother Otter had a bronze book related to the green prophet. It was made of thin bronze sheets, weighed 1 kilogram, and was the size of a 10-inch tablet computer. There were less than 50 pages, and there was no trace of rust. There were densely packed words and pictures engraved on it. Mother Otter talked about some of the contents of the bronze book. Most of the descriptions were very mysterious, and for ordinary people, it was difficult to understand. But Danny knew that it was talking about the green prophet's feelings when he entered the weirwood to observe the world. Well, the bronze book was borrowed by the Dragon Queen, and she planned to use it to learn the ancient language. After 15 minutes, the old witch turned around and said to Danny, Dragon Queen, it's ignoring me. There was no need for her to say anything, as Danny and the others were watching from the side. The old witch talked for a long time, but the deviant ghost didn't even move its lips. That's enough. Danny pointed at a deviant ghost whose ice armor was completely shattered, revealing a pale white chest, and said, Carry this one back to the ice cave. The remaining deviant ghost persisted under the sun until around 3 in the afternoon, when its body began to melt. Either it didn't melt, or it melted faster than the corpse ghost. In a few breaths, it became a pool of ice water emitting white mist. There was no rotten smell at all. Instead, there was a strange cold fragrance. The fragrance was very faint, and except for a few people with good noses, most people couldn't smell it. Dragon Queen, the corpse ghost we put in this morning died and became a lump of ice. The night watchman came over and reported. Let it stay for a few more days. Maybe it can slowly revive in the ice. Danny said uncertainly. What about the deviant ghost? She asked again. The deviant ghost is alive. Danny looked around. At this moment, most of the night watchmen and barbarians around the courtyard had left. On the contrary, the outside of Dark Castle was very lively. Thousands of barbarians, under the lead of the night watchmen, worked together with the giants to build the outer wall. Are you interested in trying your radiant messenger? Danny asked as she walked to the opposite side of Stannis. Erlu, like her, had been staying in the courtyard to observe the damage of sunlight on deviant ghosts. As soon as Danny said this, the knights and knights nearby who were bored out of their minds became excited and looked at Erlu expectantly. Stannis's face was wooden and he didn't say anything. He only looked at Melisandre from the corner of his eyes. The red-robed woman didn't hesitate at all and said frankly, I can try. I also want to know what effect Yaser and Ahai's weapons have on deviant ghosts. Danny was deep in thought. Regardless of whether the sword was real or not, the red-robed woman didn't deliberately lie to Erlu. She believed that she had given him the real radiant messenger. Go and bring the deviant ghost in the cellar that hasn't been punished by the light. Oh, and the ice sword and the corpse ghost. Let's compare. After the night watchman left, she asked the red-robed woman curiously, where did you find the radiant messenger? Melisandre glanced at the sword in the black sharkskin scabbard at Erlu's waist and said with a complicated expression, since we predicted the long night thousands of years ago, how could we not have prepared a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts? This sword is enshrined in the ancestral altar of the Eastern Kingdom of the descendants of Her Cologne, waiting for a new savior to appear. Can you let me see the sword? Danny asked. Erlu glanced at her indifferently, unmoved. Humph, this is a sword that only the child of prophecy can use. Ordinary people can't even get close to it. Sir Gordy Farlan, the giant killer, said. I'm very curious about its material. Compared to Valeglia's steel, which one is tougher? Danny unsheathed clear sky from her waist. The black blade reflected a dim and cold luster under the sunlight. Why don't we both draw our swords and see whose sword is tougher? She laughed. At this moment, 7 or 8 night watchmen carried the deviant ghost over and asked, Queen Danny, should we tie it to the pillar? Danny put away the sword regretfully, looked up at the sky and said, move it to the west and tie it under the shade. Todd, Sam, Eddie, Owen. Holding the leather-wrapped ice sword in the shade, Galen waved excitedly at his friends who were building the wall in the distance. King Stannis wants to test the sword. The legendary weapon of Azor Ahai, the demonic sword that sacrificed his wife, the Radiant Messenger. The Radiant Messenger slays deviant ghosts. Everyone, come and see. Erlu's face instantly darkened. Wow, Azor Ahai is fighting deviant ghosts. Todd the Toad threw down a large rock and shouted excitedly. What? Stannis wants to fight deviant ghosts, just like what Dragon Queen did 2 days ago. The barbarians at the side exclaimed. In just a moment, the front yard was once again filled with people. Even the giants came over with a few barbarians on their shoulders. Stannis gripped the hilt of his sword and secretly ground his teeth. Chapter 346. In order to achieve a better performance, Danny even warmed up the atmosphere in advance. She went forward personally and used a normal iron sword to stab a zombie that had broken free from its restraints a few times. The zombie was still alive and kicking, as if nothing had happened. It bared its teeth and pounced towards her. Then, she pulled out Valeglia's steel sword and stabbed it into the zombie's heart. It did not struggle at all. Like a robot that had its battery cut off, the blue light in the zombie's eyes disappeared and it fell to the ground. It turned back into a corpse and started to rot. Then, Danny asked Galen to go forward and use the normal steel sword to hack at the ice sword placed on the wooden shelf. Bam 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 bam. The sound of the collision was sharp and loud. It made people dizzy and nauseous. After a few strikes, Galen started to shiver. He spat out clouds of thick white fog from his mouth. The sword in his hand was covered in a layer of light blue frost. Crack! Finally, the iron sword shattered into thousands of pieces like glass. The small and sharp shards scattered all over the ground. 7 levels of hell. It's just a sword and it almost froze me to death. Galen threw away the sword hilt and took off his leather gloves. He put his hands that were red from the cold near his mouth and breathed heavily. Try my sword. Danny passed Clear Sky to the dumb bull Galen. He rubbed his hands on his woolen sweater to warm them up before putting on the thick sheepskin gloves. He took Clear Sky and swung the ice sword fiercely. Clang 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 clang. The two swords clashed with each other. The vibration frequency exceeded the limits of human hearing. It formed a sharp sound that was almost like infrasound. The nearby barbarians, night watchers and stag party knights all stepped back in discomfort. That's enough. Seeing that a layer of frost had started to cover Galen's gloves, Danny waved her hand to stop him. Huff huff huff. Galen's hands were cold and he had almost lost all feeling. However, he was so tired that his body was hot and he was panting heavily. It's too scary. I can't even beat a deviant ghost's sword. What should I do if I really meet one? He said dejectedly. Fatty Sam stared blankly at Clear Sky that was covered in a layer of ice crystals. He then looked at the ice sword that did not even have a crack the size of a grain of rice. He said worriedly, Dragon crystal is more fragile than steel. However, Valeglia's steel swords are limited. Hey, how many deviant ghosts are there? And how many warriors of the 7 kingdoms are there? Danny received the Clear Sky sword that was covered with a layer of ice. She circulated her wizard power and the fire elements flowed around the sword. Walala, the ice instantly shattered and fell to the ground. With a whoosh, the blade of the sword was even covered with a layer of pale yellow flame. The onlookers were amazed. Even I, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, and a master of both magic and martial arts, do not dare to say that I can win every duel with deviant ghosts. You are far inferior to me, and fighting one-on-one is the same as seeking death. But we don't have as many deviant ghosts as we do, so we can surround them and attack. If one person takes the knife, the other person will let the deviant ghost take the knife. 1 for 1, we'll make a killing. Was this considered consolation? Everyone was stupefied. Stannis, it's your turn. Danny lifted her chin at Erlu as the sky returned to its scabbard. Stannis walked up to a ghoul with a solemn expression and pulled out his long sword with a whoosh. The body of the sword was cherry red, and it shone with a faint misty light. It did not have a fixed color, and in the haze, the flames were constantly changing, but there was no oppressive heat coming from it. Wow! The savages and the night watchers exclaimed in unison. The knights of the deer party clapped proudly. This is the light bringer, the red sword of the hero. The divine weapon that Azor Ahai used to end the long night. This. Danny frowned and approached, wanting to take a closer look, but Erlu moved to the side and avoided her. He even looked at her reproachfully. Your sword is a little strange, as if. Danny looked conflicted, not knowing how to describe it, but she still took a few steps back and said, Try it first, can you let me take a look at it after you try it? We'll talk about it later. Erlu bit his chin and replied in a low voice. He then stabbed the sword into the ghoul's chest. Hiss hiss, without any resistance, the red sword of the hero pierced through the rotten clothes, the dry and hard flesh, and hit the dead man's heart. Walala. Similar to the effect of the clear sky sword, the dead man lost his vitality and the rotten corpse fell to the ground. Good. The savages and the night watchers were disappointed that they did not see the ghoul burning, but the knights of the deer party cheered loudly. Erlu's face did not show any joy or excitement. He only pursed his lips and walked towards the ghoul, raising his sword to stab. Don't use too much strength, and don't attack the vital parts. Try cutting his ice armor a few times first. Danny reminded. Ding! Erlu's face changed, and the cheers of the knights of the deer party stopped abruptly. The red sword pierced the ice armor, only breaking a small piece of ice crystal. It was not as unstoppable as a hot knife cutting through butter. Danny's clear sky sword had the same effect. Ding! Erlu clenched his teeth and stabbed again. The ice armor was still not penetrated. Ding ding ding, Erlu's eyes began to flash with doubt and uncertainty. He stopped and looked at Melisandre with a frown. Almost everyone looked at the red-robed woman, suspicion growing in their hearts. Melisandre's heart was also in turmoil. This was not logical, not scientific, not magical, not in accordance with the prophecy. If the hero's red sword had this effect, then Yesor Yahai's wife, Nissa, did not die in vain. Even in the wild continent of the Westeros, there were more than 200 Valeglia steel swords. The prophecy could not be wrong, then, the sword was fake. Could it be that some unfilial descendant of Herr Cologne's descendant country had stolen the real sword and hid it? Your Majesty, try cutting the ice sword a few more times. The red-robed woman said calmly. Dang! Erlu slashed down with his sword, producing a nauseating sound. The ice sword that was held in place by the wooden frame shook violently, but did not break. Dang 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 dang. After 7 or 8 consecutive slashes, a crack finally appeared on the ice sword. The thin transparent sword flashed with blue light, and tiny cracks appeared. Silence. No one cheered loudly because the red light on the radiant bringer in Erlu's hand receded, revealing the ink-black blade. A thin layer of frost covered the blade, and the magical light around the sword was so thin that it was almost extinguished. Huff huff. Stannis held the sword in front of his chest, exhaling white smoke as he looked at it. The blade was still sharp, and there was no crack, but the mysterious light had disappeared. Does this count as a qualified hero's sword? He asked Melisandre with a serious expression. It's better than the Valeglia steel sword. The red-robed woman raised her chin uncomfortably, and the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her neck flashed with a strange red light. Boom! The radiant bringer suddenly burst into flames, and the frost quickly melted and evaporated. The magical light once again surrounded the sword. Danny glanced at the red-robed woman who cheated, and asked Erlu, "Can you let me try it? I just want to test it. I have a guess that needs to be verified." TSK. Erlu clenched his teeth, and looked at the sword that was flashing with red light. He suddenly stabbed it into the ground, and without a word, he took 2 steps back. Everyone held their breaths, and nervously looked at the Dragon Queen who was walking towards the red sword. She took off her iron gloves, and directly held the leather sword hilt with her fingers and palms with a few pale yellow calluses. There was no anomaly, and the red sword was surrounded by colorful illusory flames. The hero's red sword did not repel the Dragon Queen, and the Dragon Queen did not cause any changes to it. A useless sword with an undeserved reputation? Everyone began to have doubts. Danny, however, had a serious expression. She raised the sword and looked at it carefully. After a while, she sighed and said, "My previous perception was not wrong. There is a soul sealed in this sword. You can sense it?" Melisandre exclaimed. For the first time, she lost her composure in front of everyone. Could it be Nissa? Legend has it that Yesor Ahai pierced the fiery red sword into his wife's chest, and her blood, soul, strength, and courage were all injected into the sword, old Ymont said in shock. Melisandre calmed herself down, and said suspiciously, "Your magic and mental energy are not as good as mine, and your research on souls is not as professional as mine. Why can't I sense any soul ripples? Can I try injecting my wizard power?" Dany asked hesitantly. "Try it." Melisandre was eager to try, and hurriedly urged. What she cared about was the reincarnation of Yasor Ahai, not Stannis. If the Dragon Queen could, this. Dany looked at Stannis and said strangely, "Why don't we find a place where there is no one?" "Why?" Erlu still had a serious expression. "I'm afraid that your followers will run away with me." As she spoke, she glanced at the Red Heart Knight who was craning his neck to watch. "You can make it unleash its true power." Erlu gritted his teeth. "I don't know why, but I feel that it craves my power very much." Erlu's blue eyes looked deeply at Dany, and he said word by word, "I would like to see it." The next moment, the Red Hero's sword trembled violently in Dany's hand, like the sun that had been awakened from a deep slumber. Endless red light shot out, and the scorching heat waves rolled in all directions. Even Erlu's hair was singed, and he could not help but cover his eyes and quickly step back. "Ah!" The white ghouls wailed in the endless red light. Even when they were burning under the sun, they did not have such an intense and painful reaction. "Ah!" The onlookers screamed in panic in the scorching heat, and they struggled to retreat away from the light source. Melisandre's red robe and waist-length red hair fluttered in the heat waves, but she did not take a step back. The red light reflected everything around her red, and even her white heart-shaped face was illuminated red. The radiant emissary is alive. It was activated by Dany Rise. Was I wrong? Is she the child of prophecy? Her red eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The flames raged back and forth between the blade and the hilt. Dany's armor was scorched red, and her silver hair swayed in the flames. The air within 3 to 4 meters of her was distorted and wrinkled under the high temperature. The onlookers could not even see her face clearly, and they felt that endless light and heat were surging from her body. But she did not seem to feel the scorching heat, and her small white hand was still holding the black leather hilt tightly. Chi! The red sword slashed through the howling white ghouls from head to bottom as if it was cutting through a layer of craft paper. The ice armor did not seem to be tougher than butter. Boom! For the first time, the white ghouls did not fuse into a milky white liquid. Instead, they burned with 3 feet of flames. Ding! With a wave of her hand, the 2 ice swords that were stacked on top of each other on the wooden table broke into 2. The wooden table then burst into flames, and the ice swords turned into clear ice water, evaporating in the flames. The onlookers retreated more than 10 meters, but they were still sweating profusely from the heat waves. Seeing the Dragon Queen moving freely with the red sword in her hand, they were all shocked speechless. Suddenly, old Yamont's eyes went wild, and he shouted excitedly, "The hero's red sword, this is the real hero's red sword, the nemesis of deviant ghosts." Dany glanced at the ashen-faced Stannis, and stabbed the sword into the ground. The flames and the surging heat waves instantly converged into the sword. Chapter 347. The radiant emissary was stabbed into the ground, and it was obvious that the blade was brighter than before. The red was translucent, and the red was vivid. It was like a red crystal made of flames that had a life of its own. However, the magical radiance surrounding the sword had disappeared. A gentle breeze blew through the courtyard, bringing a warm aura from the red sword, as if it was a burning piece of charcoal. This sword is probably the real deal. Dany frowned. Her right hand, which was holding the sword, clenched into a fist and let it hang by her side, unnaturally clenching and relaxing. "How did you do it?" Stannis' eyes dimmed and his voice was hoarse. "Use your blood, wizard power, and soul to activate it." Dany stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. There were dark red lines of blood on her fair palm. The wound had already scabbed over and only a small amount of blood was seeping out. It was as if what she was holding wasn't the sheathed sword hilt, but the blade of the bayonet. Why do you need fresh blood? The red-robed woman asked in shock. Danny looked at the red sword stuck in the mud with a complicated expression. In just a few words, the wet ground near the blade was slowly drying. She said, "This is a demonic sword. To use it, one needs to sacrifice one's blood and soul. The damage to the user is too great. Impossible. Yasuo and Ahai have used this weapon for decades without suffering any backlash." The red-robed woman shook her head. "The bloodstains on your hands, you must have been burned by the flames, right?" Stannis saw that Danny's cheeks were rosy and showed no signs of being sucked dry by the magic sword. "You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not the one who used the sword." Danny shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. She was not lying. When she used the Green Prophet's wizard power, the Radiant Messenger did not react at all. But when he had just injected the 9-colored whirlpool's wizard power into the red sword, he felt a piercing pain in his right hand that was holding the sword. His blood and soul power were uncontrollably sucked into the sword hilt. What was even more frightening was that the wizard power she had lost was permanent, and she would never be able to recover it. The 9-colored vortex was shrinking. With just 2 sword swings, Danny had permanently lost about 1/20th of her wizard power and 1/100th of her soul. If she really fought the deviant ghosts with the red sword, she would be dead in one battle. Danny had an epiphany. The soul in the Radiant Messenger that had not responded to her all this time was very eager to devour her whole. Yes, when her soul power flowed into the red sword, she also understood the magic runes inside the sword. She even sensed the cold and dead sword's soul inside. Danny tried to communicate with the sword's soul and sent out a mental wave to ask if the other party was Yasuo's wife, Nisha, but the soul did not respond at all. However, when her soul, wizard power, and blood flowed into the red sword, the sword's soul immediately devoured the external energy like it was thirsting for it. It was so greedy that Danny was shocked. Therefore, without any hesitation, she threw the sword away after testing it. "The prophecy is right, Your Majesty. You are the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai." Old Ymont did not know how Danny felt at this time and was so excited that he cried. "The child of prophecy, the child of prophecy." The dragon faction, which had been growing in size over the past few days, cheered loudly. Among them, the person who cheered the loudest was Sir Elisa. He was so excited that even his bald head was glowing red. He led 7 or 8 of his followers and raised their hands to cheer. The savages looked at each other, not knowing whether to cheer or how to cheer. The Dragon Queen made them feel more and more respect, but they did not understand Yasuo's prophecy at all. The Deer faction's knights were pale, as if they had lost their faith and ideals in an instant. They were all at a loss. "Ahem, everyone," Danny gestured with her hands to stop the cheering before saying, "Thank you for your love, but I am really not the child of prophecy, and I do not want to be the child of prophecy. Do you remember what I told you when I first came to the Great Wall? There is no savior in this world. The only thing that can save us is ourselves. Here, at the border of the 7 kingdoms, every warrior who guards the Great Wall against the deviant ghosts is a hero, a savior." The courtyard quieted down again. Some people were deep in thought, while others whispered. "She really said that?" Sir Florin pulled the blacksmith Tanner and asked softly. "Yes." The blacksmith looked at the Dragon Queen with admiration and said emotionally, "She told us from the beginning that everyone who contributes their strength is a great hero, Yasuo Ahai. Damn it, she didn't want to eat this pot of rice herself, so she flipped the table. Everyone has become a savior, then what value and appeal does the real savior have?" Sir Florin cursed with a dark face. No wonder they had been here for a few days, but not many people had taken the initiative to join the great Yasuo Ahai reincarnation. The Dragon Queen was too bad. Not only did she not want to do the savior business, but she also directly disrupted the market, making everyone who wanted to be a savior unable to do so. It was terrible. Hearing this, the blacksmith Tanner was unhappy and lectured him. She has the mystic dragon. She was born on Dragonstone Island in the land of smoke and fire. She can control fire, she can kill deviant ghosts, she can even activate the light messenger. Who else fits the identity of the child of prophecy better than her? If there is a savior, it must be her. It is precisely because she is a savior that she does things that are in line with the identity of a savior to let everyone understand that there is no savior in this world, and that the only one who can save the 7 kingdoms is ourselves. Only a fake savior will constantly emphasize their identity as a savior to others for personal gain. Sir Florin was stunned. Fuck you, how can you say that? Yes. Sir Mallister nodded in agreement. The more I look at her, the more I feel that she is a savior. Only a real savior will be modest and not care about false reputation. Sir Florin could not help but emphasize, didn't you hear? She said that she is not a savior. Sigh, this is the demeanor of a child of prophecy. Red Pomegranate looked at the Dragon Queen with a face of reverence and said emotionally, actually, this is easy to understand. Why would a real tycoon say, I am a rich man, when they meet people? Sir Florin's old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Dany also did not think that her words would have such an effect. To be honest, she really felt that the child of prophecy was a trap, and had never thought of fighting for the title of a savior. At this moment, she saw the old doctor standing at the window on the 3rd floor of the king's tower looking down. She was about to leave the Great Wall, and it was time for the old man to put on the black cloak. Galen, Eddie. Dany called out to the 2 familiar night watchmen and pointed at the red-nosed old man, go and carry your brother down. Brother? Galen was confused. All the black cloaks who have taken the night watchman's oath are brothers. Today, he will officially join us. Oh. Hiss, on the other side, Stannis's cry of pain caused everyone to cry out in alarm. After confirming that Dany had given up her identity as a candidate for the child of prophecy, Erlu prepared to retrieve his light emissary. But as soon as he grabbed the hilt of the sword, he howled and retracted his right hand. In the short time it took to grab the hilt, the place where his palm touched the hilt was like grilled meat, emitting a charred white smoke and burning his skin. His hand was burnt. Everyone was shocked. This was just residual heat. Everyone had seen it. The Dragon Queen had directly held the flaming sword, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. What did this mean? Everyone exchanged glances, and their thoughts were self-evident. While Stannis was looking for a leather glove to wrap the hilt, Melisandre quietly approached Dany and asked in a low voice, "What secret did you find in the red sword?" Dany raised her eyebrows and said, "I'll tell you the secret of the red sword, and you tell me the relationship between the Light King and the child of prophecy, how about it?" The red-robed woman's fiery red pupils contracted. After a while, she nodded and said, "The child of prophecy is the child of sacred flame, the Light King's spokesperson in the human world. It has to be a believer of the Light King. This is not a question of necessity. The Battle of the Long Night is essentially a battle between the Light King and Es God. The sun is the Light King, and the summer is the Light King. The person who is loved by the Light King will represent him to end the long night. If such a person is not the Light King, what is he?" This. Dany glanced at Jon, who was talking to Sam, and suddenly realized that Melisandre was not wrong at all. Even if Jon believed in the old gods now, when he died and was resurrected by Lalo, he would be the holy son of Lalo. Just like Catelyn, she was originally a devout believer of the 7 gods, but after being resurrected, she became a living miracle of the Light King. Anyone who saw her after being resurrected would be amazed by the might of the Light King and would not think that she used to believe in the 7 gods. The foreigners and the Chinese had different ways to prove that they were gods. To the Chinese, one had to live a long time to be considered a god. It was best to have white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows and say, 5,000 years before the 3 sovereigns. That would make everyone convinced. The foreigners were different. Those who lived a long time were witches and demons, and had to be burned to death. A real God had to be able to resurrect the dead or be resurrected from the dead. Wasn't the main miracle of Jesus to prove that he was the Son of God, the resurrection? If Caitlin could be resurrected, even if she became a crazy ghost, the Brotherhood and Murtheros would still be in awe of her. They would think that she represented a kind of destiny, the spokesperson of the true gods, the Holy Son. If John was resurrected, he would immediately have 30% of Jesus' life and aura, and everyone would think that he was an extraordinary person. If John completed the mission of the child of prophecy, the Light King who resurrected him would also be regarded as God. After getting the answer she wanted, Dani began to tell the secret of the red sword. There is a set of complicated runes inside the Lightbringer. My wizard power has ignited 60% of the runes, and the remaining 40% can't be activated. You mean, it wasn't the strongest state of the Lightbringer before? The red-robed woman was shocked. Maybe. The stronger the sword, the stronger the king of strange ghosts. This is not good news. Dani sighed and continued, there is a dead and withered soul in the depths of the red sword. I tried to communicate with it, but I didn't get a response. Soul. Is it really Nissa Nissa? The red-robed woman murmured. I can't communicate with it. I don't know. Do you have any witchcraft or meditation techniques that can be used with the red sword? Dani asked again. Just like the Golden Snake Sword and the Golden Snake Secret Manual. No. Are you sure? Dani was doubtful. You saw it too. It requires a lot of energy to activate it. Only by using so much wizard power can the red sword be so strong. Yasuo and Ahai can't be ordinary people, right? The legacy of the Lightbringer has never been broken. If there is a matching witchcraft, there is no way I wouldn't know, the red-robed woman said with certainty. At this time, the stupid bull Golan came over with the red-nosed old man on his back. The old doctor was wrapped in a cashmere fur coat that he had bought at King's Landing. His face was pale, and his eyes were dim. It seemed that he had lost a lot of blood. Chapter 348. Why are you looking for me? The red-nosed old man slid down from Galen's back and asked weakly. What's wrong with you? You were still healthy and full of energy the day before yesterday. You were busy in the savage camp and treated more than 100 patients. Why did you suddenly become weak? Dani held back her laughter and asked with a concerned expression. The old man's lifeless eyes turned towards the wooden stake that bound the deviant ghost. I saw it. There really are deviant ghosts. The night watchers and savages didn't lie to me. There really are deviant ghosts. So. Dani didn't seem to understand. Boo-hoo. The old professor started crying. Deviant ghosts have nothing to do with dragons. Without dragons and magic, humans wouldn't even be able to create Veleglia's steel sword, let alone the light emissary. The real world that the City of Knowledge pursued for hundreds of years was wrong. It was so wrong. Even survival can't be guaranteed. The real world has become the most illusory fantasy. Hee, Dani laughed happily. You know you're wrong. Then start redeeming yourself. Redeeming yourself? What did Professor Peristan do wrong? Isn't he a scholar serving you? Some of the night watchers who didn't know the inside story were confused. Well, other than Scholar Yimont, the others didn't know that the City of Knowledge plotted against the Dragon Queen. They also didn't know that Peristan was sent to the Great Wall as a prisoner and a criminal. Like Yimont, they thought that the Dragon Queen followed the tradition of the Westeros and went to the City of Knowledge to find a scholar to assist her. Although everyone could see that the Dragon Queen's attitude towards the old professor was strange, unlike how a lord treated a scholar. Old man, tell them. Dani crossed her arms in front of her chest and lifted her chin at the old man. Today, you will officially wear the black robe. You have to let your night watchers understand why you're here. Only then can you cut all ties with the past, and the sins of the past will have nothing to do with you. The old professor looked up blankly. He saw the night watchers, knights, and savages around him blinking their eyes and looking at him curiously. All of a sudden, he shuddered and woke up in an instant. He was also full of energy. "I'm sick. Can we talk about it next time?" he begged piteously. "Weren't you very confident and had a clear conscience before?" The change in the City of Knowledge was a huge matter. It was impossible to hide it. No matter how inaccessible the Great Wall is, it's only a matter of time before the news reaches us. Danny shook her head. Sigh. The old man's flushed face turned pale again. He looked at the night watchers and said, "I violated the guests' rights. When I invited Queen Danny Liz to the City of Knowledge, I poisoned her and, wah." Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that the skinny and sickly old man would reveal such a shocking piece of information. 7 gods above, what's wrong with the Westeros recently? Who would dare to go to other people's homes as guests in the future? Sir Mallister said angrily. Are you crazy? Stannis, who was bandaging his right hand, suddenly turned around and shouted in disbelief. Dr. Peristan, why did you do that? Didn't the scholars swear to be neutral and not participate in the struggle for power? Jon stepped forward and said with an unpleasant expression. Sigh, the Southerners are really immoral. The savages looked at the old man with disdain. The red-nosed old man glanced at the people who were pointing at him and continued, other than poisoning her, I also arranged for people to set up crossbows and assassins on both sides of her room. I also prepared 500 archers and more than 100 dragon-slaying crossbows on the roof and on the ground. I know that the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Knights have a special connection. If the Dragon Knights were to be harmed, the Megalosaurus would definitely come to investigate and take revenge. That way, the dragon-slaying crossbows would be able to kill Queen Danny Liz's Megalosaurus. The people who were cursing the old professor gradually stopped. They were all stunned and speechless. The City of Knowledge has gone mad, the scholar has gone mad, the old town's hider family has gone mad. The knights and knights of the Deer Party shook their heads. I have no grudge against Queen Danny Liz. I only did that to realize the ideals of the real world. Then, the old man revealed the secrets of the real world and the dance of the blood dragons. Silence. There was not even a voice criticizing him. The number of people in the audience was equal to the number of gaping mouths and bulging eyes. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the old professor as if they were looking at a visitor from outer space. Most people did not understand what the real world was. They only knew that the City of Knowledge was awesome and crazy. The City of Knowledge had slaughtered dozens of Targaryen dragons. The City of Knowledge was terrifying. A few people who understood the ideals of the City of Knowledge felt a chill in their hearts. Was a scholar with his own will still worthy of the noble's trust? It was obvious that the scholar of the City of Knowledge treated the holy oath as nonsense. Regardless of whether the dragons were harmful or beneficial to the world, the scholar had indeed sworn loyalty to the Iron Throne and vowed not to participate in the struggle for power. Today, they dared to destroy the Megalosaurus because of the real world. Tomorrow, would they kill all the nobles and monks for the sake of a fair world? Fat Sam took a step forward and said with a puffed-up face, Professor, the City of Knowledge exists for 2 purposes. First, to explore the truth of the world and use knowledge as a belief. Second, to selflessly serve the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. There are very few people who can master the occult, but no one can deny that magic is also a kind of knowledge. You can choose the knowledge you want to learn, but you can't erase the knowledge you can't master. It's like how warriors choose their weapons. Some use swords, some use hammers, and some use spears and bows. It's impossible. If you choose swords, as the representative of all the warriors in the world, only swords are the right way to go. You can't destroy hammers, spears, bows and arrows and make other weapons disappear from the world. Danny looked at the white-bread fatty in surprise. She did not expect him to have such knowledge and courage. Sam, you're right. I was wrong. The city of knowledge was wrong. The old man lowered his head and sighed. I think the city of knowledge's ideal of the real world is good, Stannis suddenly said. A world without magic, dragons, gods, and other worldly ghosts is more friendly to humans. Is this what the son of holy fire appointed by the King of Light should say? Dany's mouth twitched. This has nothing to do with my belief in the King of Light, Erlu said seriously. When there are no more demons or ghosts in the world, His Majesty Lalo will be able to sit high above the astral world and watch the world at peace as the sun rises and sets. No, Paristan shook his head and said. Your thoughts are the same as mine and the other scholars of the City of Knowledge. You've entered a misunderstanding. The world gave birth to us, not us creating the world. The world is here, right in front of us. It has existed for millions of years and will continue to exist for tens of thousands of years. Everyone looks forward to ever summer, but the rules of the 4 seasons have nothing to do with what we think. Until now, I still think the ideal of the real world is good as ever summer. But this is a magical world, destined to have gods and magic. If we humans can't adapt, we'll be eliminated. For example, in this long night, the otherworldly ghosts are obviously intelligent and civilized. We hate magic and deliberately deny the existence of magic, even causing the Megalosaurus to go extinct. Then, we don't have the ability to fight against magic, so we perished in the long night. The otherworldly ghosts replaced us and became the new humans on this continent. The world still exists and operates as usual. Stannis was stunned. Old man, your awareness and knowledge have improved a lot recently. Dany stared at the red-nosed old doctor strangely. I violated the rights of a guest and hurt you, I'm willing to wear the black robe. The old man glanced at Dany and turned to search among the night watchers. He shouted, I've said what I need to say, who will lead me to recite the oath of the night watchers? The higher-ups of the night watchers looked at each other and hesitated. Your Majesty, can we kill him with one slash? The commander of the East Sea Watch, Caterick, said to Dany with an ugly expression. Or, let the Megalosaurus eat him. Although we night watchers don't care about background, we have an unwritten rule, we don't accept people who violate the rights of a guest. The old doctor's face was pale as he shouted in panic, when was there such a rule? Even the night watchers didn't want him, where else could he go? There's no clear rule, but... Bowen Maxey swallowed and said awkwardly, no one wants to be brothers with people who violate the rights of a guest. Yes, the stupid cow Galen nodded. Although I don't know what you were talking about just now, the real world, I don't understand it either. But it's obvious that this guy is someone like Walder Frye and the Rat Chef. Gods, let me be brothers with the Rat Chef. I won't do it. Yes, I can tolerate male prostitutes, rapists, murderous demons, but the Rat Chef is too unbearable. Toad nodded in agreement. I'm different from the Rat Chef and Walder Frye. I'm doing this for my ideals, I don't have any personal grudges or interests. Old Bowen was trembling with anger. There's no difference. 1,000 years ago, there was a Rat Chef. 1,000 years later, you, Paris Tun, will become the new Rat Chef that everyone knows. After all, you murdered a great king. As long as humans exist, they won't forget this, the melancholy Eddie said confidently. Sigh, Walder Frye will thank you. With you in front of him, he might be able to hide quietly in history, or at least not be so obvious. Sir Mallister sighed. The old doctor closed his eyes in despair. 2 streams of tears flowed down his shriveled cheeks. He raised his head and shouted, Mercy, mercy, kill me, let the dragon flames burn me to death. The initiation ceremony turned into a scolding session. The old man broke down. Calm down. Dany hurriedly comforted him. This is the sin of the entire City of Knowledge. You can't bear it alone, old doctor. But everyone only remembers me. There's only one Rat Chef. Why don't you catch a few more doctors? The old man had nothing to lose. He started to complain about the Dragon Queen. There's still hope if you're alive. If you're dead, you'll really become a rat chef. What hope is there? Even the night watchers look down on me. The old man's heart was dead as he lamented. Don't worry, I'll force you in. The night watchers can't reject a criminal sent by the queen. No. Queen, have mercy, kill him. The night watchers wailed. Shut up. The Dragon Queen was possessed by the dragon's soul. She roared angrily. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at her blankly. It's settled then. Galen, go to the cellar and bring another corpse ghost here. The Dragon Queen made the decision arbitrarily. No one dared to object. Todd, Eddie, put on the armor for the doctor. For what? The old man asked blankly. For the initiation ceremony. Chapter 349. 15 minutes later, the thousands of people in the courtyard formed a circle again. In the circle, the old professor put on leather armor and a rattan training helmet. He held the dragon crystal dagger in his hand and stood facing a 1.9-meter-tall strong ghoul corpse. The ghoul corpse's neck was still tied with a metal chain. The chain was very long and dragged on the ground. 5 meters away, Galen held the other end of the chain as if he was holding a dog. Kill this ghoul corpse. No matter how much they look down on your character, the Night Watchers and Free People will admire your courage, Danny said loudly. Walala. The ghoul corpse dragged the long chain and opened its rotten mouth, letting out a soundless roar at the old professor. Gulp. Paris 10 widened his frightened eyes and swallowed hard. He gripped his dagger tightly and stepped back unconsciously. It's too big. It's too tall and fierce. I can't beat it. Can you change it to a female savage ghoul corpse, or a child ghoul corpse? He shouted. How about I let you fight the deviant ghoul baby? Danny laughed coldly and gave Galen a look. The Night Watchers immediately loosened the chains. The ghoul corpse was free and immediately pounced towards the old professor. The old man closed his eyes and waved the dagger in his hand randomly. He was still howling non-stop. Bam! The ghoul corpse hit the professor's wrist heavily. The dagger fell and the old man howled in pain. Then, as if hugging a lover, the tall and strong ghoul corpse opened its arms and hugged the old man. Its rotten black mouth bit towards the rattan mask. Kacha, kacha. Like a child chewing on a sweet potato, the training helmet made a cracking sound. Seeing the pale and decayed face that was touching his cheek and smelling the rotten stench on the teeth that were stained with black blood, the old man's body stiffened. His eyes rolled back, and his teeth chattered. His mouth made some noises, but he could not utter a complete sentence. Danny raised her hand, and the dumb bull, Glenn, pulled hard and pulled back the dead man's mouth that was dripping with black mucus. Kill the cowardice in your heart like a Night Watcher man. Pick up the dagger and continue fighting, she shouted at the old professor who was lying on the ground and wet his pants. I can't do it. I'm dying, the old professor moaned. Then die. You're not afraid of death anyway. Danny sneered. She then turned to the Night Watcher and said, take a new helmet and put it on the doctor. Wipe the stains on his face with a wet towel. Todd laughed weirdly and said, are you going to wipe your butt or not? He peed, ha ha ha. After tormenting himself for more than an hour, the sky had already darkened. Paris-Tun finally stabbed the dragon crystal dagger into the zombie's lower abdomen while crying. Feces, rotten internal organs, and soft, broken corpses flowed out, almost burying the small doctor. Seeing the old doctor crawl out from the pile of smelly corpses while crying and vomiting, the blacksmith tanner finally took out a black sheepskin cloak and covered him. Paris-Tan, to become a glorious night watchman. After that, Silita brought the old man to the shabby chapel in the dark castle. Under the witness of Archbishop Danny, the old man swore a holy oath. The long night is coming. From now on, I will keep watch until I die. I won't take a wife, I won't have a fief, and I won't have children. I will not wear a crown, I will not fight for glory. I will be loyal to my duty, even if I die. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the great wall, the flame that fends off the cold, the light that breaks the dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. I give my life and glory to the night watchman. Tonight, I will do so, and every night. After experiencing the most shameful and lowest moment of his life, the old doctor seemed to have bounced back. He got rid of his sickly state and returned to his previous appearance as a spirited old man. In the afternoon, he moved to the scholar's tower under the crow's nest and began to help old Yamant take care of the crows. After getting the agreement from Danny, Stannis, and the night watchman, he also sent a long letter to the old town in his own name, explaining the situation of the barbarians and the other ghosts in detail. That night, in the wooden hall of the Dark Castle, the night watchman, the Deer Association's knights, and the barbarian commander gathered together. At the head of the table sat the Dragon Queen, Stannis, Bowen Marcy, Carter Parker, Mal Lister, and old Yamant. The table was pulled open, leaving an empty space. Mans Red knelt in the middle of it. This was a public trial for the king of Beyond the Wall. Dany planned to leave the Great Wall tonight, but before she left, she had to deal with the barbarians. Mans Red led the barbarians to invade the Great Wall. He must be executed as a warning to others. Since he is my captive, I have the right to sacrifice him to the King of Light according to my beliefs. Erlu said solemnly. Ah! The night watchmen and barbarians in the hall exclaimed. Dany did not comment. She asked the 4 night watchmen, "What do you think?" Since ancient times, the king of Beyond the Wall has never been forgiven, not to mention that he has broken the oath of the night watchman. Any lord has the right to execute any escaped night watchman once they are caught, Bowen Marcy said slowly. Yes, no matter what, Mans Red must die. Mal Lister and Carter Parker nodded in agreement. We can sentence him to death, but can we hang him first and then burn him? Old Yamant frowned. Not burn him, but sacrifice him to the King of Light. Stannis clenched his teeth. The sacrifice must be alive. My opinion is different from yours, Dany said with a smile. How did Mans Red manage to wear the black cloak? Old Yamant thought for a moment and said, about 30 years ago, Ranger Tarkle was patrolling the haunted forest when he accidentally encountered a small tribe that had been slaughtered. There were about 100 people in the village, and only a 4 or 5-year-old barbarian child was left alive. He was Mans Red. Tarkle brought him to Dark Castle and raised him by the night watchman. Naturally, he got the black cloak and became a night watchman. 4 or 5 years old. Dany nodded and asked Mans Red, why did you break your oath and betray the night watchman? Ha, because of a cloak. Mans Red laughed bitterly and said in a complicated tone, I used to be a loyal night watchman, and I thought I would always be a night watchman. Until one day, I became obsessed with the thing called freedom. That time, I was seriously injured during a patrol. My brothers were worried that I wouldn't make it to the wall, so they sent me to the home of a freed woman. Hey, don't look at me like that. She was an old spearwoman, very ugly and very old. She didn't have that kind of need, and I didn't have that kind of desire. While I was recovering, she used red cloth to repair my torn cloak. But when I returned to the wall, the commander immediately made me change into a uniform black cloak, then, I ran away. Just because of that? Everyone was shocked. I can't even choose the clothes I like. I can't stand the life of a night watchman anymore. I want freedom. Mans Red. Old Yamant said in a low voice, south of the wall, any night watchman who goes out on business will be given food and supplies by any noble just because of the black cloak he wears. Some even treat him as an honored guest. Even the king is no exception. The black cloak is our shackles, but it is also our flag and glory. I don't want this damn glory. I just want freedom, Mans read. Dany face-palmed. Her head hurt. Your whole family was slaughtered for freedom. Don't you understand how terrible uncontrolled freedom is? I understood after the verbal war with you last time, but I really can't stand the restrictions of a night watchman. He's not cut out to be a night watchman, and he didn't wear the black cloak voluntarily or because of guilt. A child with an incomplete mind swearing the oath of a night watchman in a daze. That doesn't make sense. Then, Dany switched to the mode of the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. Her expression suddenly became serious, and her fair face faintly glowed with a holy light. In the 23rd chapter of the Seven Stars Bible, the Heavenly Father said to Hugo that any sacred marriage contract or sacred oath made against ones will not be protected by the seven gods and should be spurned by everyone. In the south of Bravos, there was a hill called Andes, the homeland of the Undulls. Hugo, the king of the hills, was the first king of Andes, similar to King David in the Bible. Much of the content in the Seven Stars Bible was explained in the form of conversations between Hugo and the seven gods. In the doctrine of the seven gods, violating a sacred oath or marriage contract was as serious a crime as violating the rights of a guest. But there was a prerequisite. Both parties who made the oath had to be willing. Willing here mainly meant that there was no knife to the neck of the person who made the oath. It didn't matter whether the person was willing or not. For example, Sansa definitely didn't want to marry Tyrion, but her marriage with Tyrion was protected by the seven gods. Because Sansa didn't protest loudly at the time, she chose to accept it silently. If Tywin forced Sansa to marry his son, not only would the marriage be invalid, but he would also be cursed by the seven gods if the seven gods really existed. At this time, Dany was a little unreasonable. If Mansfield's oath doesn't count, then there are no sacred oaths in this world, Stannis said, glaring. I didn't say it doesn't count, but special circumstances require special treatment. He's just a child. Can't you be more tolerant? Child? Mansfield's face twisted. He's not a child. He's much older than you. Sir Mallister's mouth twitched. Dany was also embarrassed. She touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. Didn't the wall take in a few hundred free youths at this time? They're all temporary night watchers, free to leave after the long night. Mansfield's situation is similar to theirs. He's just an orphan adopted by the night watchers, not a proper night watcher. This is a new rule you made. It only applies now, not the tradition of the night watchers, Stannis said solemnly. Dany leaned back in her chair and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. You want him to die so badly? The law is the law. There's no room for personal feelings. Stannis said firmly. There's something wrong with your head. Dany pointed at him and mocked. You have no political wisdom at all. Isn't it good to have Mansfield under your control and command the hundreds of thousands of barbarians outside the wall? It's easy to kill him, but soon, the barbarians will fight for a new leader, a new king outside the wall. Then they'll harass the wall and even collude with the other ghosts, leave Mansfield. No matter whether he can be controlled or not, no matter how many people listen to his orders, with him occupying the position of king outside the wall, a new king of the barbarians can't be born, and the barbarians can't unite. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of barbarians, they're just a bunch of stragglers. They'll no longer be a threat to the wall. The Night Watchers, Sir Deer, and the barbarians all stared at the Dragon Queen in shock and fear. The Dragon Queen was so reasonable. The Dragon Queen was so scary. Erlu's furious expression slowly froze. He closed his mouth and began to think seriously. Ah! Kill me. Just kill me. I'm guilty, I broke my oath, I led the army to invade the wall. Mansfield suddenly howled. Chapter 350. Mansred survived, and Erlu was moved by Dany's suggestion of using the Emperor to command his vassals. He decided to leave the King of Beyond the Great Wall to command his vassals. After the trial. On the 6th floor of the king's tower, by the fireplace in the Dragon Queen's parlor. It's no use. The freemen of Beyond the Wall will not listen to a king who has been captured by the southern lords. Manslade looked at the baby in his arms lovingly and spoke to Danny without looking up. He was now partially free. With 2 Night's Watchmen watching over him, he could move freely in Dark Castle. For the past few days, Manslade's son, wife Dana, and sister-in-law Val were all living in the king's tower. Once he was free, he immediately came to see his wife and child. Danny smiled faintly. I know. I just wanted to find an excuse to let you live. Your wife just gave birth. How pitiful it is to lose your father. Of course, I didn't just save you out of pity. I will be leaving the wall soon. There are still many troublesome matters waiting for me in Ursos. I will leave the task of moving the freemen to Eastwatch to you. As long as you are still the king of Beyond the Wall, you must fulfill your duty. Let the freemen live through this long night. Mansred gently pulled the fur quilt to cover his son's soft cheeks. The kind and peaceful expression on his face disappeared as he solemnly said, I'm happy to see the freedmen cross the sea and leave the Great Wall. I can even send someone to the Haunted Forest in my name to help you recruit freedmen. But will Stannis allow me to travel between Dark Castle and Eastwatch? Or perhaps, if he plans to take the freedmen for his own use, would he be willing to let you smoothly take over the freedmen? Stannis. Danny frowned in thought. He's not stupid. He should know that the wall can't feed 100,000 freemen. In fact, it can't even feed 10,000. The food stored by the Night's Watchman won't last long, and his army depends on the supplies of the Night's Watchman. For his own sake, he has to send the freemen away as soon as possible. Why didn't you just kill him? Suddenly asked. Why kill him? Danny asked curiously. Looked at her and said, he and his brothers stole your father's throne, and now they plan to continue fighting with you for the throne of the 7 kingdoms. Moreover, the sword in his hand suits you very well. Perhaps you are the child of prophecy and need that red sword. If it were me, I would have let the Megalosaurus eat him for any of the above reasons. Once you understand the cause of the War of the Usurpers, you will understand that the sins my father and elder brother committed are far greater than the Stannis brothers. As for the red sword, there are many things in this world that can catch my eye. I won't just snatch whatever I want. Most of the time, I have to follow the rules. Was startled, and he gradually fell into deep thought. Knock knock. Barristan came over with 2 canvas bags. Before he entered, he knocked on the iron door a few times to remind the people in the house. Your Majesty, the luggage is ready. White Knight said. Leaving tonight? Isn't that too soon? Mansred said in surprise. Danny stood up and took her bag from White Knight. She checked the contents while saying, I have nothing to do at the Great Wall, but a tough battle awaits me at Bravos. Dark Star Geralt Dane was about to arrive at Bravos. Last night, after she used the true dragon's roar to cleanse Kashi's soul, she even talked to her about the Green Prophet and the old gods through the glass candle. Kashi's suggestion was simple. Leave the Westeros and train hard. She believed that the Great Wizard's meditation technique was not inferior to the Green Prophet's. Danny fell for the 3-eyed crow's trick because her skills and experience were not as deep as his. Danny had just learned her meditation technique a month ago, while the Blood Crow not only had the complete Green Prophet's legacy, but also cultivated for 100 years. He also inherited the magic power, mental strength, and experience of the Green Prophet over 10,000 years. It was normal for there to be a difference between the two. According to Kashi's idea, with Danny's talent, she should train hard for 8 to 10 years. Then, she would have the power to protect herself from the Green Prophet without relying on the Megalosaurus. After that, Danny habitually checked the 3 coordinates she had marked and a netizen. The netizen, Marvin, had brought along Magic Net, analysis of the structure of witchcraft lens, and other magic books. He had joined the fleet led by the fourth White Knight, Garth Hyder, together with the little black girl, Larissa. These secret books hidden in the library were borrowed from the City of Knowledge by the old man in Old Town. The fleet was huge. The old man in Old Town spent a lot of money. More than 100 cargo ships, 10 warships, and 3 million gold royals in cash set off from the port of Old Town. At this time, they were floating in the summer sea in the south of Westeros. Coordinate 1, in 3 or 4 days, Geralt's merchant ship would arrive at the port of Bravos. Coordinate 2, Dragon Queen's filial son, Jia Kun, had already escaped from the City of Knowledge with the clay pot. Dany did not directly report him. In fact, except for Barristan and Ymont, she did not tell anyone about faceless Jia Kun. She only asked the old man to borrow books from the library, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Among the books that the old man reported to the doctor in the City of Knowledge, one of them was stolen by Jia Kun. The doctor in the City of Knowledge was not stupid. When he found that a large number of books related to dragons were missing, but the door and lock were not broken, he naturally began to investigate the thief. The key was in the hands of Dr. Wargrave, and the doctor was an idiot. The apprentice who had served the doctor would definitely be suspected. How would Jia Kun, who was disguised as Pater, dare to be interrogated by the City of Knowledge? Looking at the apprentice Zion who stole the doctor's waffles, he was punished by the scholars just for stealing food. It was clear that the scholars would not be gentlemen, use their words and not their fists. They would definitely lynch Pater. Jia Kun, who had a human skin mask on his face, dared to be slapped. Faceless stabbed the 2 scholars who arrested him to death on the spot and escaped as Pater. Although Jia Kun hoped to create the illusion that the apprentice stole books to sell for money, the doctors in the City of Knowledge were not stupid, and their brains were very good. They immediately speculated 2 things from Pater's recent changes. Faceless came to the City of Knowledge to steal books related to dragons, and the people of Bravos planned to hatch dragons. Then, the doctors went crazy. They decided to use the Dragon Queen's method to give the shameless people of Bravos and the despicable Faceless a retribution. Coordinate 3, the one-eyed woman Faceless went to Volantis. Dany's worried guess was confirmed. The House of Black and White in Bravos was not the only stronghold of the Faceless. There was also a Faceless branch in Volantis. On the surface, it was a trading company. In fact, it was a small gathering place of assassins and information dealers. But the 2 identities were a cover to hide the fact that it was a Faceless stronghold. In fact, it was understandable, just like the assassins in the movies. Every top assassin had a top manager who helped him to take missions, gather information, provide equipment, arrange itineraries. When necessary, they would betray their brothers, kill them to silence them, burn the bridge after crossing the river, and embezzle the savings of the assassin's companions. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was so big, and the information exchange was so primitive. Without the branch to help gather information, arrange trifles, and provide the list and information of replaceable people, even the top Faceless like Rambo, 007, and Tom Cruise would not be able to complete the assassination mission. In fact, 007 and Mission Impossible both had a huge team behind them. So, it was troublesome. Dany could not make a meteorite fall on the House of Black and White, or use God's cane. It was easy to flatten the House of Black and White, but cutting the grass without removing the roots, the trouble would be too big. She still did not dare to go to the prairie to pick up her cheap son. Why? Because she was afraid of assassination. Not only the Faceless, it was too easy to kill a child, and that child had hindered the interests of too many people. It was difficult for the Faceless to kill Dany, but it was too easy for them to kill her companions. Now that they had not fallen out, everyone was fighting openly and secretly within the rules. If Dany dared to bomb the House of Black and White, a group of Faceless would take revenge on her the next day. As long as they killed Dragon Queen, officers above the level of Centurion, and officials above the level of Village Chief, Slave Bay would collapse. Of course, if they really left the Dragon Queen alone, she would also ride on the dragon to burn the city. Everyone would play game over, and let the other ghosts take advantage of the situation. Danny definitely had to deal with the faceless, but she could not do it recklessly. She had to be smart. And she also had some ideas about how to deal with the faceless. Just as she was thinking about it, Baristan put down his backpack and said worriedly, "Actually, we should not leave the Great Wall. The right thing to do is to hurry up and clean up the other ghosts outside the Great Wall. If there is a king of the other ghosts, we should kill him directly and end the long night before it comes. When winter comes, as the weather gets colder and colder, the other ghosts' strength will increase, and it will be more difficult to deal with them." Danny was stunned and smiled faintly. "That's a good idea, but unfortunately, the other ghosts are intelligent. What you know, they know even better. Before the long night, the other ghosts will not come out to fight us head-on, and they will even deliberately avoid places that are directly hit by the sun. Believe it or not, even if I go to Slave Bay and bring the other 2 dragons here, the 4 of them will work together and burn the entire Ghost Shadow Forest, and we will not be able to find a single other ghost, let alone hurt them." Mansred handed the baby to his sister-in-law and said worriedly, "Then do you have a way to deal with it?" Danny sighed helplessly and said, "Don't think about taking the initiative to attack. When the long night comes, wait for the other ghosts to take the initiative to attack, and then rely on the Great Wall to fight a defensive battle. This is the most practical and has the highest chance of winning. Think about it, if I ride a dragon to burn the forest outside the Great Wall, and accidentally get killed by the other ghosts' ice swords, and then the other ghosts resurrect a megalosaurus into a corpse ghost dragon. What will the consequences be? It can't be, right? You burned a large part of the forest last time, but the other ghosts did not pose any threat to the megalosaurus." Baristan said. "Why not? I have seen the finale of Game of Thrones." Danny complained in her heart, but said, "How can one not wet his shoes if he often walks by the river? The Ghost Shadow Forest is hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and I will have to burn it for a year or 2. At that time, the nerves of humans and dragons will be numb. How can they avoid all the ice swords? Can a dragon also become a corpse ghost? Dragons are fire, and other ghosts are ice. Ice and fire do not mix." Mansred doubted. "Dragons are also living creatures. They can die, and after they die, they will also leave behind a corpse. If the other ghosts really have a corpse ghost dragon, they might just blow down the Great Wall with a mouthful of dragon flames. Then we will have no place to cry." Danny began to reveal the truth with a strange expression. "Just like the Horn of Winter, can your dragon burn down the Great Wall?" Whale asked in surprise. "Sigh, if there were no other ghosts, I would really want to try." Suddenly, Danny's expression changed. She looked at Mansred and asked, "Stannis seized a huge horn from you. Is it the real Horn of Winter?" Chapter 351. Just like the dragon's horn and the Lightbringer, Danny had read Game of Thrones, but she had no impression of them. The Horn of Winter was also known as Jomun's Horn. According to the legends, Jomun, the king of beyond the Great Wall, once blew the Horn of Winter to awaken the giants underground. He worked together with the king of the north, Brandon Stark, to quell the second long night. Well, the long night had appeared twice. The first time was 8,000 years ago, when Yeser and Ahai killed their wives and used the hero's red sword to end the long night. The second time also happened 8,000 years ago, or perhaps 7,900 years ago. Well, 100 years after Yeser and Ahai died, the other ghosts appeared again, and the long night descended on the world for the second time. Even if scholar Yimont found the records of the second long night in the Night Watchman's library, Danny was skeptical. It was just that the interval between the 2 long nights was too short. What was even more ridiculous was that in the ancient history books of the Night Watchman, the second Night King was a Stark, the 13th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman. He married a woman with skin as pale as the moon, eyes like blue stars, and skin as cold as ice. Well, he married a other ghost, most likely a female other ghost. Stark was the most powerful man in the Song of Ice and Fire. Su Xian and Ning Kaichen should be ashamed of their inferiority compared to him. Snakes and ghosts were nothing, he was a other ghost. The deviant ghost's coldness could freeze a fine steel sword into pieces by touching it, but Stark's sword was still intact. In short, the second Night King was very strong. The king of beyond the Great Wall, Joman, and the king of the north had to work together to quell the rebellion. Well, compared to the first long night that affected the whole world, the second Night King was weak. But compared to the ordinary commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman's rebellion, he was too strong. Well, I digressed. It was said that Joman's horn could not only summon giants, but also make the Great Wall collapse. Danny didn't believe it, neither did the Night Watchman or Stannis. But Mansred believed it, and so did the barbarians. They were frantically robbing tombs in Frostfang, hoping to find Joman's tomb and get the horn that was buried with him. Mons really did find a horn. It was bigger than the dragon's horn, with a curved line of nearly 2.5 meters. It seemed to be made of the horn of a bison. How big was that bison? He could put his elbow into the mouth of the trumpet, and the surface of the trumpet was inlaid with rusty golden runes, the magic runes used by the ancestors. The horn had become Stannis' spoils of war. Dany had seen it with her own eyes when it was brought in through the city gate. Before she could even think of borrowing it for research, the red-robed woman burned it into a pile of twisted gold and black ashes. Melisandre said that it was not the winter horn, but it had God's aura and had to be purified. At that time, Dany had not yet mastered the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique, so she did not feel that it was a pity. But now, he wanted to curse out loud. Fuck, what a waste. That's fake. I didn't find Joman's tomb. The horn was buried with a giant king, Mance said. What function does it have? Dany asked curiously. I don't know. Even the giants can't move it. It's too big. It's not that big. There are certain conditions to blow the horn, 7 levels of hell. Dany suddenly shouted. She stared at Mons and asked, You found many tombs, and even the corpses of giants? What's wrong? Mons was confused. You're asking me what's wrong? Damn it, burials are popular among the free people. How many tombs and corpses have been accumulated over thousands of years? Dany said with a terrible expression. The other ghosts won't dig 3 feet into the ground to look for corpses, right? Mons said uneasily. You think other ghouls are idiots? Danica shot him a sideways glance and asked. Your Majesty, burials are popular in Westeros too. Also, the coffins of the noble families are rarely buried in the ground. Most of them are stored in the family tombs. There are hundreds and thousands of corpses of kings, archbishops, and great nobles under the great cathedral of St. Basil, Barristan said anxiously. Dany let out a long sigh and said, Fortunately, we Targaryens have always had the tradition of cremation. If there really were other ghosts sneaking into the south of the Great Wall, there wouldn't have been the tragedy of fighting with the old ancestors. Barristan's face turned green. His nephew, cousin, father, and grandfather were neatly arranged in the Harvest Hall's tomb. Hey, where's my crow? Dany asked the White Knight while carrying her bag. What crow? Barristan was confused. The crow I brought back from the apple grove in Hoguan town that evening. There's a big red-eyed black crow as big as a duck, Dany said while gesturing. Oh, that crow. The old knight remembered and shook his head. I don't know. What's the use of that dead crow? That's not an ordinary crow. Its body contains a lot of magic power. Using it to make a deal with extraordinaries would definitely be more popular than a dwarf's lifeblood. Barristan's mouth twitched. At the side, Galen, who was acting as Mance's bodyguard, stammered, the crow seemed to have been eaten by Sam. What? Dany was shocked. Galen said awkwardly, You said that you caught a crow while hunting in Hoguan town. We all thought that it was your prey and sent it to the kitchen. Three-Finger Habu used it to make a dish, mushroom crow stew. But you didn't even have dinner last night. After cremating the barbarians, you led the suicide squad to the haunted forest. Then, we watched you fight the other ghosts below the Great Wall for most of the night. Sam said that he was hungry and went to the kitchen to look for food. He ate your crow. Did you eat it? Danny looked at him suspiciously. I. Galen's cheeks were red as he nodded lightly. I only ate a crow leg. Was it delicious? Very delicious, very chewy. Galen nodded. Do you believe in the old gods? Danny asked strangely. I believe in the 7 gods, but Sam changed his faith after coming to the Great Wall. What's wrong? Galen was confused. Nothing, nothing. Danny held back her laughter and shook her head. Galen, call Sam over. I have something to ask him. Not long after, Fat Sausage Sam arrived. He was on the 5th floor, talking to the female barbarian, Gilly, Cast's daughter. Yes, Gilly lived with Mance's wife, Dana. Your Majesty, the crow stew with mushroom is cold. The grease board has congealed, and it tastes worse after a night. I thought you wouldn't eat it anymore. Sam had heard about the crow from Galen on the way here. Now, his round, white bread-like face was scrunched up. He was so nervous that he was about to cry. It's not about the crow. Danny looked around and said goodbye to Mance and Val. She only brought Fatty to the wooden ladder between the Great Wall and the King's Tower. She asked softly, how did you get across the Great Wall? What? The topic changed a little too quickly. Fatty was confused. You and Gilly went through the Great Wall and entered the Long Night Castle through the secret passage, right? What's the secret of that passage? Danny stared straight into the pair of gray eyes that flashed with fear and panic. She exerted an invisible pressure on Fatty. Gulp. Fat Sam gulped and said with a sad face, Your Majesty, I really can't tell you. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't let others know. If even the female barbarian knows the secret, why can't the ancients, the Loinars, and the Undul's queens know? She didn't care whether Fatty agreed or not. She had Sir Barristan push him up the zigzag wooden ladder. When they reached the top of the Great Wall, they saw a few Night Watchers squatting behind the windshield wall. They were John, Scholar Yamont, Bowen Marcy, Sir Alistair, and Paristan. You're all here to see Scholar Yamont off? Danny looked at them and asked. Can't we leave tomorrow morning? It's dark and cold at night, John said with a frown. Danny waved her hand towards the sky, and the 2 dragons hissed. Under the silver waning moon, 2 black shadows were reflected and flew over from afar. For Megalosaurus, there's no difference between night and day. Then, she looked at the Night Watchers seriously and said, You should quickly elect the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. Only the Commander-in-Chief has the right to deal with Stannis and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Yes, in a few days, after Sir Mal Lister has dealt with the barbarians near the Milk River, we'll immediately hold the election of the Night Watchers, Bowen Marcy said. Hiss, the 2 dragons flapped their wings and landed lightly on the gravel path. Danny came to the white dragon's side and tied a rope around Fatty Sam's waist under everyone's confused gaze. Sam is accompanying me to the west. Don't worry, he'll be back before tomorrow morning, she said with a strange smile. On the other side, Sir Barristan had already pulled old Yamont onto Blackie's back. Old Yamont was padded with a thick sheepskin mattress and a belt to secure his body. Professor Paristan, I'll leave the Great Wall to you, Yamont said. I understand. The red-nosed professor nodded. Old Yamont looked around the Great Wall with nostalgia and sighed, I don't know if I'll be able to come back. I've been here for 60 to 70 years. Most of my life has been here. Goodbye, everyone. If there's anything, just send a message to Dragonstone Island. Danny waved at them and slowly flew off on Whitey. Ah, Fatty was hanging from Whitey's back. His body was swaying non-stop. His four limbs had no place to exert strength, so he screamed and kicked randomly. Long Night Castle was located 40 kilometers to the west of Dark Castle. From its name, one could tell its position among the castles on the Great Wall. In fact, Long Night Castle was the first castle on the Great Wall. It was also the largest castle. At first, the headquarters of the Night Watchers was also located there. However, after the incident with the Rat Chef, even the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers began to dislike that place, so he moved the headquarters to Dark Castle. From the west to the east, Long Night Castle, Deep Lake Residence, Queen's Gate, Dark Castle. The two dragons flew along the Great Wall to the west. About half an hour later, a pitch-black building complex appeared under the moonlight. Whitey was hovering above the abandoned tower, while Fatty was howling with a hoarse voice below. In the quiet night, the gloomy and dilapidated black tower was surrounded by rocks. Weeds and short trees grew in the courtyard, outlining a strange and absurd picture of an ancient castle under the moon. Finally, they found a slightly flat ground. Whitey flapped its wings and slowly slid down. Fatty fell to the ground with a cry. Old Yamant climbed down from Blackie's back shakily. He held on to the warm wing bones and sighed, "I never thought that I'd be riding a dragon one day. It's too shocking." And just like the legends say, no matter how cold the weather is, riding a dragon won't feel cold. There's still tens of thousands of miles to go. I guarantee that you'll be tired of riding. Danny laughed. No, riding a dragon will never tire of me. Old Yamant said seriously. He looked around and asked in confusion, "This is Long Night Castle. Danny, what are you doing here?" "You'll have to ask Fatty." Chapter 352. Danny found Fat Sam in a clump of withered grass. He was holding his stomach and howling. When he fell to the ground, he seemed to have been hit by a stone. He was crying with snot and tears all over his face. "Sam, are you okay?" Old Yamant asked with concern. "My stomach hurts," Sam whimpered with a hoarse voice. Baristan walked over and lifted the fat man from the ground. He carefully checked his mail, leather armor, and inner shirt. None of them were broken, and there were no traces of blood. He said, "It's nothing serious. It's probably just a bump. You'll be fine after you catch your breath." "Sam, stop howling. Look, even the Rat Chef is alerted." Danny looked up and glanced at the stone tower opposite them. In the dark hole of the door, there was a pair of eyes emitting a faint red light. Deep inside, there were more red eyes quietly moving to the side of the door. "Rat Chef." Sam looked around blankly. Soon, he also saw the pairs of red eyes behind the door. He could vaguely tell that it was a group of gray rats that were bigger than cats. "Ah," he howled heartbreakingly. "Rat Chef, it's the Rat Chef's descendants. 7 hells. Why are the rats here so big?" Baristan exclaimed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Noticing that everyone was looking at them, the rats began to shrink back. "They're not too big. The roasted rats sold at the Quill's Wharf are only a little smaller than them," Danny said casually. "Blackie," she called out to the black dragon. Hiss! Blackie roared into the sky, and the dragon's aura spread out along with the dragon's roar. In an instant, from the surrounding towers, the underground cellars, and the passageways connecting to the cellars, came the sound of thousands of horses galloping. Countless rats were squeaking crazily, and it was creepy. "I didn't expect there to be so many rats in Dark Castle." Yamant rubbed the goosebumps on the back of his hand. "Rat Chef, they're all Rat Chef's descendants," Sam said loudly. "I'm starting to wonder if the Rat Chef's story is true." Danny looked around and said calmly, "Because there are so many rats here, the bored night watchers began to make up stories about rats. Eventually, it evolved into the legend of the Rat Chef. No, the Rat Chef is real. There are records of this history in the Dark Castle's library. Even the names of the kings are clearly marked, Tywll Lannister II of Casterly Rock, and his eldest son, Tyrion Lannister. Old Ymont said seriously. This Tyrion was eaten by his father? Dany's mouth twitched. Ymont was stunned for a moment before he understood what she meant. He smiled and said, Targaryen has produced many Aegon, Stark has countless Brandon, and in Lannister, Tyrion has also appeared countless times. In the future, there will definitely be countless Dany Lysas among your descendants. Dany was a little embarrassed and said to Sam, lead the way. Only the Night Watchers can enter that place. Sam struggled. You know what? The more you say, the more interested I am. A door that has a mind of its own and can distinguish between a Night Watcher and a Night Watcher. I can't wait to see it. Dany smiled faintly. What door? Ymont was puzzled. There is a hidden tunnel in the Nightfall Citadel that connects the inside and outside of the wall. This fatty entered through a secret door. That's right, Sam didn't return from Dark Castle. After Dany's reminder, the old scholar also reacted. Scholar, your majesty, I'm not lying. There is a tunnel in the Nightfall Citadel, and there is a door, the Black Door. But that person warned me not to tell anyone about the Black Door, or it might cause irreparable damage to this world. So, don't force me, I can't say it. Sam covered his face and cried. A big man with a white bread face squatting on the ground and wiping his tears looked quite pitiful. But not only did Dany not sympathize with him, but she also angrily reprimanded him, you are clearly calling us bad guys. Even if I know the secret of the Black Door, Sir Barristan, Scholar Ymont, will not do anything to harm this world. Didn't I come here at night to make sure that the tunnel won't threaten the safety of the northern region? Why are you saying that we are the ones who want to destroy this place? Sam, His Majesty is right. The Nightfall Citadel is so desolate, and there is not a single Night Watcher. If the tunnel is discovered by barbarians or even deviant ghosts, it will be a big trouble. Barristan frowned and advised. Old Ymont patted the fat Night Watcher's arched back and asked, Sam, you said that someone warned you not to mention the Black Door. Who is that person? Commander Mormont? No, we call him Cold Hands. Gilly and I met little Paul, Chet, Huck and the others in the White Tree Village. They died and became ghouls. I was no match for them. The red-eyed crows saved me. Crows? Dany's heart skipped a beat. Tell me more details. Where did the crows come from? Sam stopped sobbing and said with a look of reminiscence, in the center of the village, there was a weirwood tree that was as thick as a few people hugging it. The tree trunk was white and the red leaves were stained with blood. It was covered with crows, thousands of them. Black crows, red leaves, white branches, and the tree trunk was carved with the face of a ferocious old man. Gilly was hiding under the tree with the child, together with the crows. I burned little Paul, but Chet was choking me. I was dying. The crow that was following me. Oh, it was Commander Mormont's crow. It suddenly screamed and jumped on Chet's face, pecking at the pale flesh. Then, the crows on the tree flew over. They surrounded Chet's face and pecked at his blue eyes. They covered the sisters like flies, and they took out a lump of brain matter from Huck's shattered skull. The crows covered the sky and the sun, and they even blocked the moon. Dany and Ymont looked at each other. They both knew what the other was thinking. It was the three-eyed crow. However, the three-eyed crow's taste was really heavy. It ate ghouls' flesh and drank their brains. But why did the three-eyed crow value this fatty so much? This guy even ate the three-eyed crow's body. Was he possessed by the main character's halo? Yes, there was a saying that Samwell was the real main character in Game of Thrones. He could turn misfortunes into blessings, and he could turn misfortunes into good fortune. While other people were miserable, he was able to live happily until the end. He was a cheat-like existence. For example, Dany worked herself to death and used all her means to kill a variant ghost. As for the fatty, he killed a white ghost with a dragon crystal dagger and a lousy sword technique. Yes, Sam was the one who got the first kill. He was the variant ghost killer, Sam. Who is that cold hands? Danny asked. He wore black clothes and looked like a night watcher. However, his skin was as pale as a corpse ghost, and his hands were as black as ice, a corpse ghost. Baristan and Yimont exclaimed in surprise. Danny's eyes flickered. She recalled that there was also a cold hands in Game of Thrones. He was Benjen Stark, who was transformed into a biological weapon by the children of the forest. No, his eyes didn't emit blue light, and he could still talk. Sam shook his head and said. Danny tilted her head and looked at the small half of the moon in the sky. She said, variant ghosts are magical creatures transformed by the children of the forest using their ancestors. However, the experiment failed, and the variant ghosts became natural disasters that went out of control. Long night followed. This is the legend about the origin of variant ghosts. Is it possible that not all variant ghosts went out of control, and some of them retained their rationality and humanity, and became qualified magical weapons? Just like in Terminator, there was an out-of-control robot that assassinated the main character, and there was also a Schwarzenegger that protected humans. You can ask Blinden, Yimont said. I don't want to deal with him before I master the divine ability. Danny shook her head. Brandon? You know Bran. Why do you want to ask him? Sam asked in surprise. The pronunciation of Blinden and Brandon were very similar, and it was easy to confuse them. However, Brandon was Bran's name, so Sam got it wrong. When Blinden Riverwind first heard Bran's name, he even joked that Bran's name was given by the blood crow blackfish, Blinden Tully. The naming tradition in Song of Ice and Fire was to give famous people's names to their children. For example, the Fry family also had someone named Riga Fry. You. Danny stared at the fatty's gray eyes with a strange expression. You met John's brother, Bran Stark. The fatty was stunned. When he realized that he had made a mistake, he immediately shook his head frantically and denied, I don't know. I don't know him. I didn't meet him. Danny certainly remembered how Bran had crossed the Great Wall in Game of Thrones with Sam's help. He had passed through the gate tunnel of the abandoned castle. However, when she came to the Great Wall, she realized that it was impossible. Except for Dark Castle, all the tunnels connecting the Great Wall to the outside of the Great Wall were blocked. The entire tunnel was filled with ice and stone, and it was tightly sealed. It would take a few months to pry it open. The Shadow Tower and Eastwatch didn't have a gate. They were connected to the outside of the Great Wall and the north by boat. Otherwise, why would the wild man target Dark Castle? Kid, you spilled the beans. Danny sneered. It seems that the kid from the House of Stark stopped at the Castle of Eternal Night before and saw you coming out of the Black Gate. Then he went through the Black Gate to the outside of the Great Wall. Wild man, everyone in the north knows about the Black Gate, but you didn't tell me. She possessed Sam's body and exerted pressure on him through her eyes. She shouted, what are you up to? Do you want to rebel? Plop. The fat man's legs gave way and he immediately fell to the ground. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He hiccuped and said, Your Majesty, I don't want to rebel. I swore that I would never tell anyone about the Black Gate and Bran, not even John. Don't force me. Danny raised her chin to White Knight and said, Knight, go and search around. See if there are any traces of people staying here. The fat man's struggle was futile. Danny ignited a washbasin-sized fireball. It floated 10 meters in the air and illuminated a few hundred meters. White Knight easily found traces of a bonfire on the stone floor of the kitchen. It was an octagonal stone house with a broken arch. There was a well in the middle of the house. Beside the well, there was a crooked weirwood sticking out of the stone floor and slanting towards the hole in the roof. Under the silver-gray moonlight, the bone-like branches reflected a cold and eerie light. Is this where the rat chef cut Tyrion into pieces? Danny walked along the wall beside the slaughterhouse, which was full of scars and stains. Red rusty meat hooks hung down from the beams, giving her a sense of absurdity, as if she was witnessing history. The meat hooks were definitely not 6,000 years old, but the slaughterhouse was made of stone and was connected to the ancient stone house. If the rat chef story was true, then this was indeed the scene of a murder on a night thousands of years ago. Chapter 353. The octagonal kitchen was more than 200 square meters. It should have been very spacious, but the furnishings inside took up most of the space. Just opposite the slaughterhouse, there was a row of more than a dozen huge brick stoves. Near the south stove, there were traces of cleaning. Not far away, there were charcoal ashes and unburned wood. There were a few fish heads and a number of burnt fish bones beside the extinguished bonfire. Danny walked to the entrance and said casually, "Is the passage in the well?" "Ah, how do you know?" Sam was shocked. The well in the middle of the kitchen was made of stone. The edge of the well was half a meter high, and the diameter of the well was nearly 4 meters. The wall of the well was wet and covered with scale. There were stairs inside the well that spiraled down into the endless darkness. There is a door in the well. It's an old story. What's more, there are stairs on the wall of the well. The stairs are covered with moss and there are obvious footprints. Danny smiled faintly. As she spoke, she picked up a brick from the ground and threw it down lightly. After a while, a muffled sound came from the depths of the darkness. The faint echo spread up along the well. The sound was intermittent, as if something was hiding at the bottom of the water. At this time, it was disturbed and was rolling in the water. "Your Majesty, I'll go down and take a look." Baristan volunteered. "Wait a moment. I'll throw a fireball down to explore the way." Danny waved to Dahe, who was sticking its neck out of the kitchen door. "Hiss." Dahe growled and opened its mouth to spit out a fire snake as thick as an arm. It wriggled like a living creature and came to Danny. It curled into a ball of bright red fire the size of a fist. Fatty Sam was stunned by this conjuring scene. He did not even notice that a lump of cold mucus hanging under his nostrils slid into his open mouth. After learning the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny's precise control of the flame had improved a lot. The range and flexibility of the fireball floating around her had also increased a lot. At this moment, the fist-sized fireball was one step ahead of the White Knight. It floated into the well and slowly descended. Danny, Yimont, and Samuel leaned on the edge of the well and looked down. The fireball dispelled the ink-like darkness. There were large patches of scales of different shades on the walls of the well, and a small amount of moist brown moss. There was a mirror-like reflection below, swaying and swaying. "There is no door," Baristan said. The well was 30 meters long. When the fireball was 1/3 of the way down, the walls of the well and the water at the bottom of the well were already visible. There was no door, not even a window. The walls of the well were dark and covered with water stains. There was no sign of opening or closing. Danny turned to Fatty and saw the calm expression in his eyes. She knew that he had already guessed that they would not be able to find the door. Yimont asked him, "Where is the door?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fireball descended to the bottom of the well. When it was close to the water, a gust of wind suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the well. The wind whistled, and the dark well water surged like a huge wave. The dragon flame fireball started to flicker like a candle flame. Whoosh, the dragon flame could no longer maintain its fireball form. It suddenly stretched into a line of fire, which rose 10 meters high with the gust of wind and was quickly extinguished. The deep well was dark again. Only the low sound of the wind could be heard, like a woman's whimper. For the first time, Danny's dragon flame fireball lost control and was extinguished by the wind. The 4 people at the edge of the well were blown back a few steps by the gust of wind from the bottom of the well. The broken tiles on top of their heads flew up and fell in all directions. The chaotic sound of banging and banging came from all around the kitchen. Where did this evil wind come from? Danny looked at Fatty Sam in surprise. I don't know. When I went down, there was nothing strange at the bottom of the well. Fatty was at a loss. There is no door at the bottom of the well, and there shouldn't be such a strong gust of wind. Yamant and Baristan were both puzzled. This gust of wind is definitely not a natural wind. My dragon flame fireball will not be extinguished by a normal gust of wind. Danny said with certainty. Your Majesty, shall I go down and take a look? Baristan said. This. Danny hesitated. You saw it too. The wind is too strong. If you fall into the water, your iron armor, it's too dangerous. Forget it. She shook her head firmly. Sam, what do you say? Yamant looked at Fatty with burning eyes. Danny and Baristan looked over at the same time. The invisible pressure made Fatty shrink his neck. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, Don't raise the torch, don't throw the fireball. But the knight is not a night watchman. He won't be able to see anything when he goes down. Is there any danger? Yamant asked. I don't think so. Fatty Sam frowned and said with uncertainty. Clang. Baristan pulled out his long sword and stabbed it into the brick seam of the well. Tch, the smoky black blade pierced through the edge of the well easily as if it was a piece of wood. If there's an accident, I'll use my sword to stabilize my body. The old knight said. Why don't you take off your armor? Yamant suggested. No, the armor can't be taken off. Danny shook her head. The gust of wind just now was not natural. There are traces of magic. Valeglia's steel armor has a miraculous defense against magic attacks. I'll go down first. If I still can't find the black door, you'll go down with me. Baristan said to Sam. After that, he leaned against the wall of the well with one hand and held his sword with the other. He stepped on the wet steps and walked down step by step. Danny frowned as she watched the white knight gradually disappear into the darkness. She could only hear the sound of iron boots hitting the stone, which echoed in the well. Baristan seemed to have walked a very long way. The waiting time was torturous. Danny was on the verge of regret. There were several times when she wanted to shout down and ask the old knight to come up. But the bottom of the well was so quiet that she could even hear the sound of the knight's iron gloves scratching the wall of the well. The gust of wind just now seemed like an illusion. No, there's nothing. Just when Danny was worrying about her gains and losses, the old knight's loud voice came from below. The voice echoed in the well and was somewhat distorted when it reached the mouth of the well. Am I coming up? The old knight said. No, let Sam go down. Be careful. Danny said. Under the Dragon Queen's gaze, Sam sighed and comforted himself. I didn't break my oath. Her Majesty is too smart. She found this place by herself. These words seemed to work. He regained his vitality and walked down the stone steps quickly. He held the wall with one hand and the other hand hung by his side. The Seven Hells. About 15 minutes later, the old knight's terrified scream came from the bottom of the well. They had been together for almost 2 years. She had seen the Valeglia devils and the Balerion formed by the dragon worms. But never once had Danny seen Baristan so terrified. He was known as the Fearless. There's a door, Your Majesty. There really is a door. The seven gods. It's talking. Baristan shouted in horror. Hoo. At the same time, a low but unusually clear voice came from the bottom of the well. Danny and Yamant's faces turned pale as they took a step back in fear. This was not Baristan's voice, nor was it Sam's voice. A third person's voice came from the bottom of the well. But there were only 2 people at the bottom of the well. I am Baristan Selmy, Danny, Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Danny heard Baristan's stuttering voice as if he was controlled by someone. You shouldn't have come here. The low voice said clearly. I. The White Knight did not know what to do. He came with me. Sam suddenly spoke. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the great wall. The flame that resists the cold, the light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. This was the oath of the night watchers. In the afternoon, in the Holy Church, Dany witnessed Peristan reciting the same oath to the 7 gods with her own eyes. After a full 10 minutes, the bottom of the well remained silent as if the two people had disappeared. Dany and Ymont looked at each other. Big Black. Dany waved at the black dragon that was squeezing at the door. A moment later, another dragon flame fireball fell into the well. It only dived for 10 meters before stopping. This height was enough for the people at the edge of the well to see the bottom of the well. It was empty. There was no door, and no one. Barristan and Sam had disappeared. Dany and old Ymont looked at each other speechlessly again. Let's wait and see. If we can get out, we can come back. Old Ymont said. Then, the two of them stood at the edge of the well and waited. The moonlight shone through the hole in the roof, casting a silver glow on their bodies. It was silent all around. Even the sound of the rats running had disappeared and could not be heard. The cold was like an invisible arrow that shot down from the huge ice crystal wall next door. It hit their knees, abdomen, hands, neck, face, ears, and drilled into their flesh and bones. Old Ymont could not help but shiver at the edge of the well. Old man, go to the door and warm up. Dany stomped her feet and puffed out white steam. Sigh, I'm getting old. Ymont did not insist. He wobbled to Big Black's side and leaned against the black dragon's neck. It's so warm. He touched Big Black's hot scales and chuckled. After waiting for another half an hour, Dany finally could not take it anymore. She took off her backpack and took out a glass candle from it. She locked onto the soul fragment that was left on Barristan and began the mental projection. The east side of the Great Wall of Desperation was straight like a sword, while the west side was twisted like a crawling snake. It was close to the northern land beyond the Great Wall. The east side was flat plains, but the west side was filled with hills and valleys. The Great Wall avoided the valleys and rose and fell on the rugged ridges. At this moment, Barristan and Sam were huddled under the steep hills. They were in the gap between two huge rocks. They kept stomping their feet and exhaling at each other. Not far away, the towering ice crystal wall blocked their way south, just like it had done to the barbarians for thousands of years. Sir, why don't we go to the forest to find some wood and light it up to keep warm? Sam's eyebrows were covered in a layer of frost. His face seemed to have turned into 2 balls of red jelly in the cold wind. He was so cold that he could not even speak properly. There are deviant ghosts in the forest. Just wait, Her Majesty will be here soon. Barristan said tiredly. How did Her Majesty know that we're here? Where's the door? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. Sam rubbed his eyes and looked blankly at the Dragon Queen who was knocking on the Great Wall of Desperation. He said in disbelief, Her Majesty Dany Lilith. Where's the door? Dany turned around and asked. Sam was shocked and confused. Barristan, on the other hand, had already expected that the Dragon Queen would appear in this way. He was not surprised at all. He crawled out from the gap between the boulders and drew a circle on an ice crystal. She should be here, he said. Chapter 354. It was late at night. In the kitchen where the rat chef cooked the undull prince, moonlight shone through the hole in the roof onto the edge of the well. Barristan pointed to the well and explained his experience to Dany with lingering fear. There was a small platform at the bottom of the well to fetch water. I stood there and waited for Sam. It was a wet and slippery brick wall before, but as Sam approached, the wall suddenly turned into a white weirwood door. After failing to find the exit of the black gate outside the Great Wall, Danny sent Whitey to bring Beristan and Fat Sam back. The black gate seemed to involve spatial magic. It was a little unbelievable. Even spatial magic was involved. But reality was so strange. The black gate was at the bottom of the well in the kitchen of the Long Night Castle. Logically speaking, after passing through the black gate, Sam and Beristan should be separated from the Long Night Castle by a wall. In fact, Danny found them 3 kilometers west of the Long Night Castle. Sam also said that the cave that Cold Hands brought him into last time was not here. Weirwood? Danny was shocked, but at the same time felt that it was reasonable. She nodded and said, "It is said that the children of the forest cast magic on the Great Wall." Beristan said with certainty, "It is magic. The white weirwood has an old man's face on it. It can still speak and has its own consciousness." When Sam said the Night Watcher's oath, the mouth on the face immediately opened. "After I went in, I was confused for a while and appeared outside the Great Wall. I'll go down and take a look." Danny was eager to try. "Will it be too dangerous?" "Danny, with your current status, you can't act impulsively," Old Yamant advised. "A king does not stand under a collapsing wall." "I understand." Danny smiled freely. "In addition to being a king, I am also a mage and a seeker. Compared to sitting on the throne and ruling the world, I am now more curious about the secrets of this world. And this well has existed for thousands of years. During this period, countless night watchers went down to fetch water. There must be many night watchers who passed through the black gate through the Great Wall. They were all fine, so why did I encounter danger here? Besides, I am the rightful queen of the Undulls, Loinars, and the ancestors. I am the great hero who will end the long night in the future. The black gate has a consciousness. After knowing my identity as the savior, they didn't even have the time to protect me. Why would they deliberately harm me?" Yamant was embarrassed, but on second thought, although the Dragon Queen was a little shameless, her words were crude and reasonable. Black Gate was obviously a friend of the Night Watchers and a guardian of the Great Wall. There was no reason for him to hurt a good queen. "Then be careful," the old scholar said helplessly. Without further delay, Danny walked down the stairs in the wall of the well. Seeing that Beristan was about to come down, she stopped him and said, "Sir, you guard the well." "I have to protect you," the old knight said. "Sigh, the bottom of the well is empty. There's nothing but stones and water." Danny shook her head. "No one knows what's hidden in the well." "It's safer with me around," Sir Beristan said. "Hey, can a rat chef jump out from the bottom of the well?" Danny smiled carelessly. "If there really is a monster coming out of the water, the two of us won't be able to move freely on the narrow platform below." "Then I'll guard the stairs above the black gate," the white knight insisted. "Okay." Danny no longer insisted. She was the first to go down, followed by Sam and the white knight. The spiral stone steps in the wall of the well were not narrow. It was only a palm wide and 30 centimeters long. The weather outside the Great Wall was cold, so the moss was not thick and not slippery. Walking on it was stable. However, in a dark environment, people's sense of balance would be poor. She still had to stretch out a hand to hold the wall. The top of the well was bathed in moonlight. With each turn, it became narrower and dimmer. Danny heard her footsteps echoing between the wet stones. The sound of water below was getting louder and louder. Round after round, the well became darker and the air became colder. Listening to the rippling sound of water at the bottom of the well, she was puzzled. Why didn't the bottom freeze into ice at this temperature? Gradually, Danny's eyes adapted to the dark environment at the bottom of the well. With the thin moonlight above her head, she could even see the opposite stone wall and the shaking water below. Without holding the wall, she could walk as fast as flying. "Fatty, stop first. Let me try and see if the black gate is open for me." Halfway, she shouted to the fatty above. "Oh." Sam and Baristan stopped. After adapting to the weak light environment, Dani became faster and faster. She walked to the bottom of the well. There was a platform 1 finger high above the water. In fact, it was a bigger stone step, 20 centimeters wide and half a meter long. For some reason, the dark water was extremely turbulent. It was like the water in a novice water carrier's bucket. It kept shaking and hitting the stone wall, making muffled sounds. If the bottom of the well was a world and the well water was an ocean, then at this time, there was a level 12 typhoon on the ocean surface. Is there a big turtle at the bottom of the well? If it has been raised since the Great Wall was built, how old would it be after 8,000 years? Dani said to herself. Clang, clang, clang. Stopping her reverie, Dani knocked back and forth on the wet stone wall beside the small stone platform. The hard stone made a crisp sound, and there was no trace of wood. I am the queen of the Undulls, the Loiner and the ancestors, Dani Liz Targaryen. Dani put on a straight face and said to the stone wall seriously. There was no reaction at all. I am the mother of dragons, I have 5 dragons, she said again. There was still no response. I am the liberator of slaves, the advocate of freedom, the world's suffering slaves, Misha. I guard the Great Wall, I kill the deviant ghosts. I am the legendary savior, the reincarnation of Yesora High. I have 2 dragons outside, it is too easy for the dragon flame to burn the weirwood. Dani began to threaten. Fuck. Dani gritted her teeth and looked up at Sam, who was above her, and shouted, Fatty, come down. Rustling footsteps came from above, Sam and the White Knight began to move down again, Dani's dragon soul returned to her body, and she stared at the stone wall in front of her with wide eyes. The sound of leather boots rubbing against the stone steps was getting closer, and Fatty's panting could be heard clearly. Oh my God! Dani suddenly exclaimed. Without any warning, the stone wall suddenly turned into a door, a white weirwood door with a face on it. The black door was not black at all, on the contrary, it was white. The wooden door emitted a milky white light, like the mixture of milk and moonlight, but the light was so weak that it could not illuminate anything other than the door itself. Even Dani, who was standing in front of it, was pitch black. The face on the door was pale and old, full of wrinkles, and lifeless. Well, it was not carved on the door, or rather, there was no wooden door at all, what appeared in front of Dani was a face. It was the face of a living old god who was suppressed under the Great Wall. His mouth was tightly shut, his eyes were tightly shut, his cheeks were sunken, his forehead was withered, and his chin was loose. If a person was immortal, but not immortal, after he lived for 10 million years, he would get older, and eventually his face would look like this. But from the perspective of the dragon soul, this old and decayed tree face was emitting endless magic and holy light, as dazzling as the sun falling in front of her eyes. If dignity was a physical object, all the dignity of all the kings and nobles in the history of mankind, and superimposed together, it would not be as good as the old weirwood in front of her. Dani's legs trembled, and she had the urge to kneel down and worship. Even Blackie in her soul realm had knelt down, and the only thing that kept her dignity was her own will. Seeing the Dragon Queen's pale face, sweating, and trembling body, Sam was puzzled and asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Dani was awakened and immediately dispersed the dragon soul, and all the abnormalities disappeared immediately. The weirwood door in front of her was so decayed that it gave people the illusion that it would be smashed into pieces with a kick. 7 gods above. She patted her chest a few times to calm her breath, and said in horror, The power of a true god is so terrifying. A true god? What are you talking about? Sam asked strangely. Sigh, the ignorant are fearless. Dani glanced at the fatty and sighed. At this time, the door opened its eyes, and the eyeballs were as white as the weirwood face, seemingly empty, but Dani was shocked. 7 layers of hell. It was alive, and its consciousness began to return. Who are you? The door asked, and the well replied softly, Hoo 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 hoo. Danny raised her hand and interrupted the fatty's action of opening his mouth to make an oath. She calmed down and said solemnly, I am the mother of dragons, Danny Lilith. It was a very simple title, and there was nothing fancy about it. The door hesitated and asked, do you want to come in? Ah. Fatty Sam was shocked. She could open the black door without chanting. This was different from what Cold Hands said. I want to know the secret of the Great Wall. Danny said. Swear. The door wrinkled its nose and said. Danny was stunned, and raised her hand to swear, everything I saw and heard today, I will never say a word, and I will never threaten the safety of the Great Wall. Swear. The door repeated. What oath? Danny was confused. Your Majesty, maybe it's the oath of the Night Watchers. Sam hesitated. What? You want me to be a night watcher? Danny widened her eyes and said in disbelief. Like the scholar, the Night Watchers did not recruit women, not to mention that she was a serving queen. It's not the same. Maybe it's just a part of the oath of the Night Watchers. Baristan reminded her from above. You don't have to devote the rest of your life to the Night Watchers, and you don't have to die. Danny recalled Sam's incantation from before. Sure enough, he removed the beginning and the end, leaving only the essence in the middle. She cleared her throat and said solemnly, I'm the sword in the darkness, the guard on the Great Wall, the flame that resists the cold, the light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. No, the door seemed to be a little annoyed. That's not okay. Danny was also angry. Must I wear black clothes? The ancient oath. The door reminded her. Danny was dumbfounded. Do you know what the ancient oath is? She turned to Sam. Fatty said thoughtfully, is it the oath that the children of the forest and the ancestors signed? It can't be. What does the oath have to do with the Great Wall? Danny shook her head. Suddenly, the door pouted and spat out a circle of faint white runes in Danny's direction like a smoke ring. The runes were very complicated. The QR code, outlined with 108 characters, only contained a very simple message: I swear to balance the natural elements, protect this world, and prevent the world from falling into the dark abyss. Chapter 355. This was not the Valeglia rune system that Danny was familiar with. Miraculously, she could understand it. Alright, it was not that she had never seen it before. The runes that the door transmitted to her were the rune language of the ancient language, the magic runes used by the children of the forest. The Green Prophet meditation rune on Danny's second soul originated from the rune system of the ancient language. Just like how Blackie had a 9-colored whirlpool in its consciousness but did not understand the runes of the Great Wizard of Valeglia, Danny had copied the incomplete meditation technique of the Three-Eyed Crow, but she could not disassemble it nor learn it. Now, she only needed to scan the QR code that the door spat out, and she understood the 108 basic runes of the Green Prophet and the way to express the information, grammar. Just like the Great Wizard and the Red God Priest meditation technique, the Green Prophet meditation technique also had 108 basic runes. After knowing the ancient oath, Danny began to ponder about the meaning of the oath. She understood a principle very well: agreements could not be signed casually, and oaths could not be made casually. Especially when facing an old god, she could not even lie. Balance the natural elements, protect this world, and prevent it from falling into the dark abyss. The task is too heavy, I can't do it, she thought for a while and said honestly to the door. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Fatty was confused. The ancient oath requires me to protect the world. Protecting the world, it sounds scary, how can I do it? Even if I can, how tiring would it be? She sighed and explained. How do you know about the oath? I have never heard of an oath with such content. Sam was confused. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She pointed at the rune floating between her eyebrows that was emitting a faint white light and asked, "Do you see it?" "What is it?" "It's dark here, other than the black door, I can't see anything else," Sam said. "It is, Danny blinked again, but found that the rune floating in front of her had disappeared. The god of the door slowly closed its eyes and said, "Go." Danny turned around dejectedly and pushed Fatty, who was at the edge of the stone steps. She said in annoyance, "Go back. The door is open. You're not going in." Fatty was confused. "The oath is a little." What did you say?" Danny turned around abruptly and saw the door's mouth open silently. It opened wider and wider, and the lips pulled upwards like a curtain, gradually covering the nostrils, the bridge of the nose, the eyes, the forehead. In the end, there was nothing left but a large mouth surrounded by folds. The 7 gods above. "Oh no, the gods above." Danny looked at the big black mouth and said in surprise, "Is this considered opening the door? Could it be that he's inviting me into his trap and wants to eat me? Because I refused to make an oath with him. I don't know what the ancient oath of allegiance is, but we've crossed the Great Wall like this 3 times before," Sam said. Danny was still worried. She stepped aside and waved to Sam. "You go in first." If the door god chewed Fatty into a bloody pulp, she would run away. Fat Sam did not hesitate. He stepped forward and half of his body disappeared into the dark mouth. Even though they were less than half a meter apart, Danny still could not see his torso and head. The leg on the stone steps also entered the mouth. Sam completely disappeared in front of Danny's eyes. How magical! She subconsciously put her hand into the mouth. It was cold, and a breeze surrounded her. It doesn't seem dangerous. Not only did the dragon's soul not sense any danger, but it also seemed to be eager to try. She decided to trust Blackie's instinct. She stepped into the mouth, and it was as if she was stepping on a cloud. It was soft and light. Taking another step, Danny was completely immersed in darkness. Dizziness and darkness assaulted her. She was like a feather caught in a gust of wind. She moved with the wind and had no place to stand. She was also like a lonely boat that fell into a sea of black bubbles. She wandered alone in the mist. It was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. Her perception and thoughts were almost stagnant. Danny wanted to shake her head a few times to get rid of this sense of emptiness, but she could not even move. Her thoughts seemed to have been separated from her body and fell into chaos. Dragon's soul into body. At the last moment when she could still control her thoughts, the souls of Blackie, who was lying at the kitchen door, and Little White, who was guarding the Great Wall, entered her sea of consciousness at the same time. Danny's consciousness returned. She opened her eyes in a daze. She was surrounded by a dark space of nothingness. Countless wind tracks carved light green ribbons in the void. Her body was also wrapped in light green wind traces. This is a world of wind, Danny thought. Following that, she discovered her current situation. There was a world of white light below her, and her body spiraled in the green wind as she descended towards it. Below her, Fat Sam's empty eyes were wide open. He spun like a corpse into the white light and disappeared. Oh my God, is this space transmission? This is a rare opportunity. I can't leave like Fat Sam without knowing anything. Having made up her mind, Danny began to struggle. She was like a sock that fell into a washing machine. When the switch was pressed and the drum started to spin, the sock could not struggle no matter how much it wanted to. Danny was like a turtle that turned over with its shell facing down. Her limbs were flailing wildly, but it was of no help to her current situation. She was getting closer and closer to the white light. She was about to pass through the city wall and land on a mountain covered with snow and rocks. Buzz, in the next moment, the 2 meditation fundamental method in her sea of consciousness were activated abruptly. Danny did not know why she did that. She was thinking, I have to stay here no matter what. Since my physical strength is useless, I can only use my wizard power. Who would have thought that after the wizard power exploded, the nine-colored vortex and the ring with the second soul directly rushed out of Danny's head and formed a flower with fiery red stamen inside and icy blue petals outside. Danny's head was blooming. In this strange space, the physical body was extremely illusory. Just like how Danny's soul and meditation foundation could freely enter and exit Blackie's spirit ocean, the nine-colored vortex and the ring with the second soul also entered the ancient god's consciousness space without any hindrance. That's right, this wind void was the door god's consciousness space. His state was a little special. The illusory soul space had strangely turned into a half-divine domain, God's kingdom, and could accept the physical body and mental thoughts of the people it recognized, the Night Watcher and his companions. In this space, the boundary between the physical body and the soul was broken. Song of Ice and Fire. The door god's thunderous voice exploded in Danny's ears. It was full of shock and confusion. And Danny was like Doraemon wearing a bamboo dragonfly. She wobbled out of the entrance of the white light with a flower above her head and wandered freely in the green wind void. The nine-colored vortex in the shape of a cone spun forward and turned fiery red. The white ring around it spun in the opposite direction and turned icy blue. The two different directions of rotation of the meditation foundation formed a repulsive force that separated the small green wind ribbons around Danny. It was as if she had broken free from the shackles of the wind and could fly freely in this space. Danny was drifting quickly in the direction of the door god's voice. God, what did you say? Song of Ice and Fire, what does it mean? She asked as she flew. The door god slowly said, at the beginning of the world, the Creator played a big movement, and the world was born in the music. At the same time, a group of creatures was born. Some of them got some of the notes in the movement, and they are called gods by you. Gods are the singers of the new world. We sing about the earth and the sky, and we sing about the mountains and rivers. The world thrived in our songs, and it developed vigorously until it became colorful today. Ice represents death, and fire represents life. The power that controls the cycle of life and death is called the Song of Ice and Fire by the gods. A song represents a law that supports the world. Is that what it means? Danny asked thoughtfully. You are very smart, the door god said. Danny looked around at the green wind ribbons that were getting denser and denser. There was even a huge green wind ball in the distance. She had an idea and asked, God, which song are you singing? Song of Wind. The door god didn't answer but asked, since there is no oath, why are you looking for me? I have seen many demigods, but this is the first time I have seen a real god. I am too curious, Danny said honestly. The door god was silent, as if he didn't want to talk to her. Danny found that the closer she got to the wind ball, the slower she was. Gradually, the green wind ribbons approached her again, entangling her hands, binding her feet, and pulling her away from the wind ball. When the balance was formed, she was stuck in a certain position and couldn't move forward. That's it. Go back. The door god sighed. No. Danny gritted her teeth and shouted, I didn't come here alone. Blackie, little white, come out. Hiss, hiss, the two dragon souls also came out of her sea of consciousness. They didn't expand to the size of their bodies. They were like two little fairies, flying around her body. The green wind ribbons around her were torn apart one by one. She quickly flew toward the wind ball again. This. The door god was shocked again. He said in disbelief, you are not a shapeshifter. No, shapeshifters can only take over animal companions. They can't let the animal souls enter the space of consciousness. How did you do it? You have been suppressed here for too long. In the past 10,000 years, there have been many new songs in the world. Danny smiled proudly. Pop. Danny felt like she was falling into water. There was only a slight resistance. She passed through the wind ball and entered a world full of holy green light. It was a vast and boundless space. Under the holy milky white background, there were spots of green starlight. When she touched the stars, she felt the wind, as tender as willow leaves in spring. Wandering in it, she felt as if her soul and body were being cleansed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the calm space of the green spot. Wherever the ripple passed, a holy and majestic aura followed. In an instant, Dani's heart contracted. Her eyes widened. Her eyes shone with respect and desire. What's wrong with me? The ripple came and went quickly. In an instant, she came back to her senses. She was puzzled. Hiss, hiss, Blackie and Little White screamed in horror. They quickly disappeared between her eyebrows and hid in her soul space. They didn't dare to come out again. It's not an illusion. That ripple. Dani looked around. She was surprised and found an unusual light spot among the countless green stars. It was also green, but it was bigger. It was more. With just a glance, the desire and respect from before surged in her heart again. She couldn't help but float over. She stopped in front of the green crystal ball that was the size of a walnut. Buzz, once again, the cyan crystal emitted a wave of fluctuation, creating a slight ripple in the starry space. The sacred and dignified aura made people feel reverence and desire. She couldn't help but be attracted. She held the green crystal with her hand. Swoosh! The crystal ball disappeared. Dani was shocked. Her purple round eyes turned into a green tornado. The blue and red petals on top of her head were dyed green. Crack, crack, crack. On a hill outside the Great Wall, Fatty Sam looked at the 100-meter-long crack on the ice crystal wall. He shouted in horror, the Great Wall collapsed. Chapter 356. Dark Castle. Commander's Tower, the King's Bedroom. The night outside the tower was cold as ice, but the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Blood witchcraft was in progress. Dani Rise is gone. She didn't give us a chance to do anything. Stannis lay on the bed, his head resting on his arm as he stared at the ceiling. Compared to me, she's more like the child of prophecy. Oh, yeah, ha, hey, ho, the red-robed woman shook her sweat-dampened red hair as she chanted the incantation of blood magic. She's not the child of prophecy. You and I are certain of that. She has never been in the holy fire, Melisandre said. But she has a dragon. She can activate the light emissary, and she has the ambition to end the night. Stannis gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, am I not helping you replenish your magic now? Part of the light emissary's runes have been activated by her. Once I analyze it, you will be able to use my magic to control the red sword. Sigh, it's a pity that the light emissary hasn't been completely unsealed. Otherwise. After a pause, she continued, as for the dragon, she can hatch it. You can also hatch a magic dragon from a stone. I've reminded you of this long ago. I'd Rick, my nephew. But he has been released by Davos. Stannis's cheeks puffed up as he ground his teeth. If you want to. Is it too late? Or use Manslade and his son instead? They both have the blood of kings. I can only tell you that the more sacrifices and the purer the blood of kings, the higher the chance of success. After a moment of silence, Stannis asked, how did that woman hatch the dragon? Did she really sacrifice 3 of her family members to King Lalo like the legends say? Melisandre wriggled slowly, her cheeks reflecting a seductive red light under the firelight. His Majesty, the Light King, did not respond to my question. The holy fire is unpredictable, and not everything can be foreseen. Then, she said in a firm tone, but a wise person would understand that this is the case if they think about it carefully. A long, long time ago, when we first met, Robert was not dead, and Dani Liz was not even married to the Horse King. Therefore, I suggested that you sacrifice the king's blood to hatch the mystic dragon. Sigh, I should have listened to you then. A hint of regret flashed across Stannis' deep blue eyes. Feeling the magic power flowing into his body bit by bit, Stannis groaned and frowned, but at the banquet, when we mentioned the matter of the free city hatching the dragon through sacrifice, Dany Rise swore that the dragon hatching did not require a sacrifice. The theory of sacrificing the person you love the most is simply a paradox. He even said that the slave masters in the free city-states had gone crazy. Hey! Melisandre smiled seductively. With your wisdom, can't you see her intentions? Everyone wants a dragon, and when they get a dragon, they want to be the only dragon knight. Stannis nodded heavily and said with certainty, anyone in the world who isn't stupid knows that she is lying. She wants to monopolize the Megalosaurus. It is because she is afraid that the free city-states will hatch a dragon that she rides it everywhere and steals its eggs. Yes, said Melisandre approvingly. But she did not sacrifice her fourth dragon to her loved ones. Stannis was puzzled. This is where her deception is brilliant. The red-robed woman said confidently, did I ask His Majesty to sacrifice his loved ones before? No. Because blood is blood, and its power is real, and the king's blood naturally contains the magic of a king. Look at the fates of Robb, Joffrey, and Balon, you should know that I am not lying. The king's blood is powerful. You mean? Stannis suddenly understood. From the beginning, she used the king's blood to hatch the dragon, but she was afraid that others would follow suit. After all, she was not the only one with a dragon egg. Then, she purposely said a paradox, sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch the dragon. If I hatch the dragon according to her theory, anyone who is sacrificed will not be the person I love the most. And if I love someone more than a dragon, I will not sacrifice them. In such an unfalsifiable paradox, her lie will never be exposed. His Majesty is wise. Melisandre praised sincerely. What a cunning woman. Erlu sighed and dragged a small wooden box from the bedside. There were many red runes carved on the surface of the black wooden box. When the lid was opened, there was a blood-red dragon egg covered in deep purple spots. The red-robed woman looked at the dragon egg and smiled proudly, the box has runes carved by me. The stone egg's aura is completely blocked. Even if I put the box in front of the mother of dragons, she will not be able to sense it. Clang, clang, clang. Erlu knocked on the dragon egg a few times and frowned, I don't know which era this dragon egg is from. It is completely petrified. It is precisely because it is a stone egg that the previous Targaryens did not bother with it, allowing you the chance to dig it out from the depths of Dragonstone Island, Melisandre said with a smile. She sacrificed the horse king, Viserys, and the little prince in her belly. 3 kings, 3 eggs, and the fourth. Erlu looked hesitant, could the fourth dragon be Lys's maid? Not every king is as benevolent and just as you. Because of this, you are the true child of prophecy. Melisandre's eyes flashed and she sneered. What do you mean? Stannis asked curiously. Was that maid really killed by an assassin? Melisandre's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Could it be? Stannis's expression changed drastically and he said with a trembling voice, she killed her closest mate on purpose just to maintain that lie. The red-robed woman did not answer the question directly. She only smiled faintly and said, I am sure that the fourth dragon egg was hatched with the king's blood. Think about it, Astapor, Caiuan, and Meereen, how many good, virtuous, and great lords have died. They are all royal families with more than 6,000 years of history. Stannis gasped, this is very different from her heroic and righteous performance at the wall. That woman is not what she appears to be. At this point, he suddenly paused. It seems like she is the same as me. He is also brave, righteous, and tenacious, but there is also a shadow in his heart. Renly and Cordonai Panglos, perhaps, in the heart of every magnificent hero, there was a dark place that no one knew about. This was the bumpy road that a lonely king had to go through. Suddenly, he felt a sense of empathy for the Dragon Queen. Melisandre had been close to Erlu for many years and guessed his thoughts from the darkness in his eyes. She changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, she stole the dragon eggs of Volantis on her way to the Westeros and burned hundreds of kings or their descendants. Those people have the blood of Valeglia that is purer and nobler than the Targaryens. You have to hurry. I am afraid that the fifth dragon will be born soon. Sigh, why are there so many royal descendants in Ursos, but I only have the insignificant king of the barbarians?" Stannis was a little angry. It is a pity that old Ymont escaped. His blood is very rich, Melisandre said regretfully. Stannis shook his head and said, "It does not matter whether Ymont leaves or not. As long as he is alive, we cannot touch him." Ah! Melisandre raised her head and stiffened her body, not moving at all. Wave after wave of magic suddenly rushed towards Stannis' lower abdomen. Flame runes flickered rapidly on his sturdy abdominal muscles, and he couldn't help but groan out loud. "So much. Are you okay?" Erlu looked at the red-robed woman's pale face and asked worriedly. Melisandre stood up and put on her red robe. She walked barefoot to the window and opened it. The cold wind whistled in, and her red hair and robe swayed violently in the wind. Looking at the towering ice crystal wall, she said with a complicated expression, "Do not worry. The wall is a place of miracles. It contains a vast amount of magic. Here, my magic power is growing with every passing moment." Crack, 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 the sound of ice breaking came from afar. A black mark on the ice was crawling towards them from afar. Kaboom! The sound of ice breaking suddenly echoed in the silent sky above Dark Castle. The red-robed woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 2-finger-wide crack appeared on the ice crystal wall. It was as obvious as the scar on a beauty's face. It was still crawling, up, down, east, all. She held her head and screamed crazily. The power is disappearing. The wall is falling. Ah! The wall is cracking. At the top of the wall, under the wall, the night watchers screamed in fear. Ah! The wall is falling. Someone blew the horn of winter. Some barbarians screamed. Crash! Just then, a piece of ice the size of a bed fell from the 70-meter-tall wall beside the king's tower. It smashed into the drawbridge between the tower and the wooden stairs and rolled down, leaving a thunderous sound on the stone floor. Suddenly, all the night watchers and barbarians in Dark Castle were alarmed. Many of them were still running around the arena barefoot. "Wall, what happened?" Stannis walked up quickly and asked with a pale face. Almost at the same time, at the East Watch. "Wall, what happened?" Queen Celis was only wearing a thin shirt. She hugged her daughter tightly and looked at the falling pieces of ice outside the window. Her face was twisted in fear. She mumbled the same question as her husband. "Mother, I'm scared." Princess Shireen's eyes were filled with fear. She shrank into her mother's arms. "Under the wall, the wind has risen. The wind I've been waiting for is here. Let's sail on the ship." "Oh, oh, oh, I know, it's time to find the treasure." Patched Face waved his arms and twisted his fat body as he sang loudly. Princess Shireen turned around to look for her jester. But when she met his eyes, she was shocked by the strange look in his eyes. She sat down on the wooden floor. It was a pair of blue eyes that she had never seen before. They were sacred and dignified, deeper than the trenches in the ocean. Greed and craziness were like the seawater in a tsunami. They almost materialized and overflowed from his eyes. "Aiden, stop shouting. You make me scared." She shrank her neck and wiped her tears. The jester's body trembled out of habit. The words in his mouth were unclear and out of tune. The craziness in his eyes became comical and the greed turned into stupidity. He returned to being a fool. He clapped his hands and laughed at the princess. "Under the wall, the wind has risen. The wind I've been waiting for is here. Oh, 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 I know, the treasure has appeared. Oh, Oh, oh. It was a similar song, but Shireen felt relaxed and laughed along. Chapter 357. The blood-red leaves that looked like human palms reflected the sky, and the bone-like branches grew in all directions, covering the earth like a dome. 100 young girls dressed in animal skins with small bronze scimitars hanging from their waists held hands and danced around the weirwood tree in a counterclockwise direction, chanting a high-pitched and rough sacrificial song in the ancient language. Under the canopy, there were thousands of savages watching with solemn expressions. Most of them were dressed in animal skins and looked like the freemen from beyond the Great Wall. Closer to the weirwood tree, there were dozens of warriors with bronze swords hanging from their waists and wearing bright yellow bronze armor. Beside them were women wearing simple linen clothes with tears in their eyes and sorrowful expressions. Other than humans, there were other humanoids. There was a gray hairy giant with a short neck and a tilted head. There was also a group of people that Danny had never seen before. They had dark chestnut-colored skin, large ears, delicate features, and short squirrel-like stature. Most of them had large golden eyes, but the 5 people standing at the front had green or red eyes. Danny stared at them curiously. The 5 squirrel people with green or red eyes suddenly turned their heads and looked at her in bewilderment. It gave her a fright. "What's wrong, Lord Prophet?" One of the warriors noticed the squirrel people's strange behavior and approached to ask in a low voice. He spoke in the ancient language. It was a lean man in his early 40s with a horse face, brown hair, and a pair of deep gray eyes. Although there was also a bronze longsword hanging from his waist, his right hand was holding a wooden cane that had been rubbed until it was smooth and glossy. "No, maybe it's an illusion," a red-eyed squirrel person said uncertainly. "No, I felt it too," another red-eyed squirrel person said solemnly. "We all felt it." The other 3 looked at each other and said in unison. The squirrel people were also speaking in the ancient language. Their voices had a strange calmness that seemed to be able to calm storms and tsunamis. "Then, will there be a problem with the sacrifice?" The horse-faced man unconsciously tightened his grip on his cane and asked worriedly. "No, Father will never change what he has promised," the 5 squirrel people said in unison with solemn and pious expressions. At this moment, the girl's song gradually entered the climax, and the huge human face carved on the trunk seemed to come to life, and the serious expression slowly became sad and helpless. The woman in the front row could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. As the sacrificial song was about to end, some of the young girls turned around to look at the woman. Then, 100 young girls pulled out their small scimitars at the same time. The leaves on the blood-red palm suddenly rustled, and the old man on the tree trunk looked even more sorrowful. "Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk." The singing stopped, and the girl immediately stabbed the dagger into her own heart. She stretched her arm forward, grabbing towards the direction of the tree trunk. With a happy and satisfied expression on her face, she fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the corpses of the 100 girls formed a spiral pattern. However, the blood that flowed out of their hearts did not flow freely. Like spring water entering the dry desert, the brown soil on the ground hungrily sucked up every drop of blood that fell. There wasn't even a small pool of blood on the ground. Sob, sob, sob. The woman wept sorrowfully. The bronze-armored men did not feel good either. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they were trying their best not to show their grief. Squeak, 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 a strange thing happened. A spore grew from the tree face's glabella, and in a few seconds, it grew into a new branch the length of an arm. Walala! The thousands of onlookers, whether they were commoners or nobles, humans, giants, or squirrel men, all knelt on the ground with pious expressions. 5 red-eyed or green-eyed squirrel men took the lead and sang a sacred and solemn song. The rest followed suit. The song was sacred, but the content was simple. It was mostly about praising the mountains, lakes, seas, earth, sky, wind, fire, sun, and moon, after the song ended, everyone stood up. A green-eyed squirrel man turned his head and swept his gaze across the faces of the dozens of bronze-armored swordsmen. Finally, his gaze fixed on the long-faced man with a cane. "City builder, Brandon Stark, go." The squirrel man sighed. The long-faced man did not decline, nor did he decline. He left his cane where it was, and with a sacred and solemn expression, he walked past the corpses of the young girls and came to the tree trunk that was as thick as 10 people. He reached out his hand and broke the branch with 7 or 8 red spore between the old man's eyebrows. He respectfully held the young branch with both hands, bowed, and retreated step by step. Boom caw, huff huff huff. Suddenly, the gigantic weirwood shook, as if a gigantic palm had descended from the sky and slapped the treetop. Thousands of palm-shaped blood-colored leaves fell from the branches and danced in the air. Like red snowflakes, the entire world was covered in red snow. The weirwood was still the weirwood, and the human face was still the human face. However, the tree was bare, as if the old man had lived for too long, and his hair was falling off strand by strand. The only branches left were just branches and tree trunks. From now on, there would be no new leaves or new spore growing. The immortal weirwood was dead. The human face was just a carving, and there was no longer a shred of holiness or majesty. After that, the long-faced man, surrounded by thousands of people, trekked a long distance, crossing plains and swamps. He walked thousands, tens of thousands of miles to the north, and came to a land of ice and snow. He knelt in the snow in front of a small lake, and the thousands of people behind him knelt as well. Under the lead of the squirrel men, they chanted a sacred song praising the gods. Brandon Stark took out the branch that was still fresh and tender and placed it gently on the ground. Rumble, the earth rumbled. The spores on the branch quickly grew new branches and inserted them into the ground. The branches that were as thick as a finger swelled to as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed, layer upon layer, and tangled into 2 earth dragons that drilled wildly into the ground in both the east and west directions. In just 5 minutes, a 15-meter wide and 200-meter tall tree trunk wall appeared between the North and the Great Wall, on the narrow continent that was 500 kilometers wide. Then, the giants and humans worked together to cut open the mountains and take stones, filling the tree trunk wall with boulders. It was like a construction worker pouring cement into a steel framework, and then repairing a brick wall according to the concrete framework. Brandon Stark was not idle. He walked through the tree trunk wall, explored the terrain in the mountains and canyons, and drew maps. Then, he instructed the giants to dig the soil and fill in the huge cornerstone to ensure that even in the complicated hilly terrain, the Great Wall had no blind spots or weaknesses. After laying the foundation, he led thousands of squirrel men to draw strange magic runes on the boulders and tree trunks. From then on, no other creatures could get close to the Great Wall. Decades passed, and Stark died of old age. However, the work of building the Great Wall did not stop. The second Stark, Brandon's son, took the building blueprint left behind by his father and continued to instruct the giants and ancestors to mine boulders, fill in the tree trunks, draw magic runes, and strengthen the wall. Generations of Stark died, and the tree trunks that served as the skeleton of the wall were gradually covered. The magnificent Great Wall of Stone was completed. The giants and squirrel men bid farewell to the ancestors. Some went to the Great Wall in the north, while others returned to their warm homes in the south. Yes, home. At that time, the Undulls had not attacked yet. The Westeros were still the paradise of the ancestors and the squirrel men the children of the forest. The ancestors who stayed put on black robes and were called the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers did not stop building the city. They took Brandon's blueprint and dug out huge blocks of ice from the frozen river in the haunted forest, dragging them back to the Great Wall. A few more centuries passed, and the Great Wall of Stone was covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. It had been like that for 8,000 years, until now, rumble. The Great Wall was shaking. The cracks spanned 500 kilometers, and huge blocks of ice fell everywhere. The Great Wall was about to collapse. No! Dani looked up at the sky and screamed. Her hair danced in the wind, and a clear green crystal flew out from between her eyebrows and returned to its original position. It was like a heartbeat. Every once in a while, it would emit a sacred and majestic wave. Crack, crack, crack. Sam of the Long Night Castle, Melisandre of the Dark Castle, Shireen of the East Sea Watch, and Patched Face were all shocked as they watched the palm-sized ice crystal slowly heal. Other than the faint black cracks, the Great Wall was almost no different from before. The Night Watchers, Savages, and Deer Association on the Great Wall felt like they were in a dream. Under the Great Wall, the wind has stopped. The silly queen has put the baby back. Oh, silly, silly, I know. Anger flashed across the Patched Face's eyes as he sang cheerfully. Phew. Dani breathed heavily. She looked at the green crystal floating in the air with longing and fear. She asked, "What is it?" "My song, the song of wind." She did not know if it was an illusion, but the old and majestic voice of the door god had a touch of gentleness. In fact, even the tone of his voice had changed. Dani was enlightened. She took one last look at the green crystal and turned her head away. After a long time, she finally got rid of the huge greed in her heart and tried to calm herself down. She heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Why can I have it?" "Isn't it your song?" "You saw it." "I died 8,000 years ago," the door god said lightly. "That weirwood is your original body. You are the old god, the weirwood tree spirit." Dani was shocked. "Old god." The door god sighed. "I am the old god, but the old god is not just me. Billions of years ago, before the gods appeared, I was rooted in this land. I witnessed the formation of mountains and rivers, the birth of life. I also listened to the song of wind that surrounded this world. It brought me the information of the world, so that I was no longer alone. Long ago, when I learned that song, I heard the voices of other singers. Then, we sang together. The world flourished, and the next era began." Dani was speechless. After a long silence, she asked, "What is this era?" "The era after the singers, the era before you." "The children of the forest?" "The children of the forest." The door god's voice had a touch of nostalgia and disappointment. He sighed. "Those children did not compete with the world. They only lived in this land. The world is so big. There are more colorful lives in other places. What's with the deviant ghosts? Who is the frost god?" Dani asked again. "You will understand after you experience it," the door god said slowly. "Leave. You already know the secret of the world. I still want to know more." "My head is full of questions," Dani said. The door god seemed to choke. He paused and said helplessly, "I don't have the energy to answer you. Also, when you took the Song of Wind, the evil thing that had been suppressed under the Great Wall escaped. Your friends are in danger. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.